Alright, so it's been another week. We've gotten quite a bit of extra grinding in, but before I describe to all of you the grinding that's happened, let's recap what's happened in the game over the past couple weeks. So, starting with young Max here. He received this red pendant that he wears around his neck from his father. Under slightly unknown circumstances, he was just told that it was his and he needs to always keep it with him. Now Max wants to go to the circus that's in town, and he has a ticket. So he goes to the circus. His ticket is stolen by a strange child, who then returns the ticket to Max, only for Max to want to give the ticket to the child because the child wanted to see the circus himself. Then the child vanishes, saying Max might be able to do it. Max doesn't worry too much more about that, goes and sees the circus. While at the circus trying to find a better view of things, he climbs up to a place he shouldn't be and hears something he's not supposed to. The circus troupe leader is threatening the mayor in order to find this very stone that Max is wearing. A battle unfolds between Max and the clown troupe, eventually leading to Max running down into the sewers. Now, after a long adventure through the sewers, during which Cedric here, Max's boss, bullies the mayor into allowing Cedric to restart the train line, Max makes it out of the sewers and meets up with Cedric and everyone, and that had already gotten onto the train to leave the town of Palm Brinks to see the outside world, which was part of what the mayor was being threatened with. People going and finding out what the world's like now. Now, turns out this man named Emperor Griffin has been screwing around with time and destroying a lot. That's where this young lady, Monica, comes in. Her father, King Raybrant, was killed by Griffin's men, which got her started down the path to fighting Griffin. She used her Atlamillia stone on her wrist here, a companion to the red Atlamillia stone Max has, to travel back in time to work on undoing the damage Griffin did. Now, Max and Monica end up meeting up when Flotsam, the troop leader of the circus, attacks the train on its way to its first destination, Sindane. After having disposed of Flotsam, Monica and Max agree to work together to save history. Quite literally. Now, while in Sindane, we had to go rescue some little dwarves who had gotten themselves lost in the woods looking for their friend. Their friend who turned out to be the very same rainbow butterfly they had legends of that was supposedly the reason why people didn't leave the forest. So we sorted all that out and learned about the construction machine that the Furbits, which is those little dwarf people, all had. We are now using that to rebuild towns in order to fix the future. Because the origin points of all of these well-known notable figures, such as Jurak the Tree in Sindane, the Great Sage Crest in Balance Valley, and the entire lunatic lab here in Venecio were removed by Griffin to remove obstacles in his way, essentially. So we've gone through, fixed Sindane, revived Jurak by rebuilding his town, and reinstating everything he needed. Then on to Balance Valley, where the aforementioned Great Sage Crest lived. He was needed to find a way to defeat Griffin. Now, turns out a lot went wrong with that. Crest died, and even in our corrected timeline is still dead. His apprentice Lynn took over for him, though, and pointed us towards the Lunatic Laboratory. saying that the only ones who could send us far enough back to fight Griffin properly, because Griffin is apparently 10,000 years in the past, projecting forward to control those of an evil bent, to then go back in time and destroy things in what is Max's present time, which is where we are currently. Now, after having sorted out the situation in Balance Valley, Ian getting Lyn instated as the Great Sage, which is the best solution we could come up with, we moved on to here in Venezio, where there are these sea dragons called Shigura. Now, there was an injured young one called Shigula. I think it was that? I might be getting that name wrong. Either way, being taken care of by a young person who used to be from the moon. They've kind of been on this world for a while now, so I don't really know what their species is designated by anymore. I just continue to refer to them as moon people because that's what their original species was in the first game. I'm just kind of working with that as best I can. Now, over time, we helped solve their problem by protecting the Shigura from Dr. Jamming, who was another one that worked for Emperor Griffin. We stopped that, reunited the Shigura, and that led to the Luna Lab being fully reinstated because the Shigura bring crystals that enhance mental capabilities to Lunatic Lab, which is what allows it to flourish the way it did. From then, we learned that the next area in danger is the source of the rebellion against Emperor Griffin's power. Specifically, there's a mighty fortress they had whose origin point has been destroyed. There's a fancy workshop in the next area that has been removed. So that's gonna be our next destination. We don't know about what's going on there quite yet, other than we know it's been tampered with just like everywhere else. That is your brief story recap. Now to recap what I've done since last session. First and foremost, we have 2 new monster medals. We have the Reptile Medal, which allows me to become the Wind Gemron at the moment. It's gained a couple levels, and it is the strongest form we have currently. And we also have the Skeleton badge, which is currently just Skeleton Soldier. Eventually it will become much better. Right now they still suck, so they might not see any play today, but I wanted to tell you guys that I did that. Now, the Ride Pod has also experienced quite the makeover. Got scared for a second there because my inventory was empty. We'll discuss all of these weapons up here in a moment. The Ride Pod, as you can see, has changed a lot. We'll get into how some of those changes came to be here in a second, because I've done a lot of inventing and a lot of picture taking to make up for things that I missed. I love this bike form for this Ride Pod, by the way. It is delightful. It is kind of hard to control, but I just love it as a concept. And we are, of course, using the Nova cannons we received at the end of the Venezio area from Osmond, formerly of the first game. This cleaner pack is something I invented along the way last night, and we'll get into the detail about that then. I did not get another core upgrade for it, but I did get another shield pack for it, so it has a bit more defense, and you'll notice that it has a better body now. This is the super alloy body that I also managed to cobble together. I will admit, I did end up looking up an invention guide, because sitting there and manually mashing everything together just kind of stopped being viable, and you'll understand why in a second. When I show you our ideal list now, it has gotten a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer than it was when we were talking about it in the first session, when I was still manually mashing things together. I still was even manually mashing things together last session. But between last session and now is when I gave in and actually pulled up a guide, which is also how I went and got out a bunch of these that I missed as well. Like the phone, which was apparently in the servants' quarters in Max's house, but it was up against a wall that you never see unless you go into camera mode and turn around to look at it. So yeah, I've also gotten a bunch more scoops. Like, I specifically went and got the charging ram. Though that was partially an accident. I just started taking pictures of monsters while I was doing my prep in Balance Valley and happened to get that one. And apparently I had found the golden egg, but then I didn't have it anymore. I think I died with it at some point, but we have it again now. That was the whole thing. And the moon crystal, which I could have swore I had a picture of, I had to go get that again. And the symbol of Luna Lab is just part of having 100% completed Luna Lab. You just take a picture of that at the top of the area. A bunch of the pictures that I was missing were from Luna Lab, like the work equipment and things like that down here, and the work robot, work arm. Specifically, something you're going to want to find, which is a little weird, is this System 5WP2, which is also in the Luna Lab. Most of that stuff I just listed is all in the same room. But that led to the creation of, I think everything new is after this, yeah. I created the buggy, the cleaner pack, the missile pod arm 2, which I've not gotten to try yet because unfortunately Steve does not have enough space for it. The samurai body, which I did not end up making. Machine gun arm 2, which I didn't make either. Milk can body, super alloy body, which is the one I did make. The Dark Viper, which we'll be discussing here in a minute because I did make one of those. Flamingo, which is just a Spheda Club, not going to pay much mind to that. Starbreaker, which we'll also be talking about in a moment here. Stinger Wrench, Wing Boots, Wing Shoes, and the Multi-Feet, as well as the Hammer Arm. And a bunch of slightly less relevant things. I basically went through and made all of the shoe types. I did not actually craft them yet, but based on the way they describe as like being able to walk on slippery floors and things like that, I figured they might be useful. So I got myself the ability to make them. Because I feel like there's going to be conditions where that'll matter. I do really want these multi-feet, but I forgot to get the silver balls to make them. Because I think these will be better overall to use, but I really do enjoy the buggy. So we may be going back and forth on that. And I finally invented Tasty Water because I realized I didn't have the waterfall. The waterfall, you have to go to the exit from the first dungeon specifically to get it because no other waterfalls count for some dumb reason. And I just made this Wildcat right before we started. Oh, and the double pudding's interesting too because it heals both characters when it's eaten. But it's a little pricey. It's a lot of cheese, some life element, and some tasty water, which is why I ended up worrying about being able to make tasty water, is in case I wanted to keep making double puddings. And I don't know if this bucket pack is stronger than the cleaner pack, so I just kind of left it alone for the moment. Now, on to weaponry changes. You'll notice we have the antique sword. The Sandbreaker turned into this. And there is actually a reason why I'm keeping this in particular. Turns out, at least if the list I was looking at is correct, that symbol over there on the left is stop. So I presume, I did not have a description of what this effect was, but I presume stop means it will occasionally paralyze. Kind of like how we would get frozen in time, which is why I was interested in keeping that. And we are working, I believe, towards... I was originally working towards this one, but I did take a peek at a weapon list as well, because this was starting to drag on a bit too. And I think actually I want this weapon, not this one. Because this one dead ends out. This one doesn't. And that's the only reason. And the... what was it? The weapon I was training up on Monica before became the Tsukikage, which has been a delight to use. It is very powerful. And despite being a katana, it is one-handed. I would have honestly expected this to be a two-handed weapon with the way it's designed. Sadly, the Evil Size still has not gotten much work done on it, and her bracelet has not changed too much. The Thorn Armlet just gained a couple levels, and that's about it. I do have every intention of keeping this just because it has so many effects on it. Is that ABS up is actually apparently really good. Which, you know, ABS up was already going to be something I was going to want to keep anyway. But that brings us to the changes we made for Max. He's still got that Stinger Wrench that I recently invented. As you can see, Stinger Wrenches are really good. It starts at like 55 attack, which is real good compared to the junk I was working on before. Like, we put a lot of work into this Kubera's Hand, and it's still worse than that. So we're actually going to go ahead and get rid of the Kubera's Hand. We're going to go ahead and just Spectrumize that out. I forgot to do that. Also, his Cubic Hammer turned into the Digi Hammer. And boy, this thing's a champion. Look at that at attack power. And it's got durable bonus on it as well. So it's pretty nifty. Not really going to be worrying too much about using it because we need Iron Masks and Pirate Eyes to build it up, and not really a priority. But if the going gets tough for Max, this hammer's coming out and solving problems. That's basically how that's going to work out. We've got the Starbreaker Machine Gun. This thing's not that good right now, but it is a machine gun. So I'm interested to see how that plays out. And I just like it. Seems like a fun little gun. We still have the Question Shooter, of course. I did not do anything with the Magic Gun yet, but it does seem to start off pretty decent, and I would assume that that dryer gun we could have bought in Jurax Mall probably turns into this. So I think we skipped a step forward with that. Now, as to what he's actually using at the moment, the Dark Viper sucks up and absorbs the effective enemy attack. And it has a symbol over there for it, so I presume that it's actually, like, meaningful in that way. This is actually a grenade launcher type weapon. And all it needs is scale to be able to build up to its next form. Because I already did everything else with the 3 levels it had. And all of those synth spheres you saw laying around have all gone into making these new weapons way better. You'll notice the Claymore's gone. The Claymore went into this Ancient Sword as part of making it better. Because the Sandbreaker was kind of mid, if I'm honest. But with the addition of the Claymore, it suddenly became her best weapon almost at the moment. It's a toss-up between the Tsukikage and the Antique Sword right now as to which one's better. Big difference being this hasn't leveled at all yet. This is level 5. So, more than likely this will be better. But I want to work this up to the form that it's heading towards. Because there's a specific thing I did learn unintentionally about the next form of this weapon that I'm very interested in. Well, not necessarily the next form. A few of the forms coming up for that weapon are of interest to me. I do still want to move the Evil Size up, but it just wasn't viable within the time I was working on. You'll also notice we have a few more gems. I went around to all of the areas we had been to and double-checked for items. That's also why Monica has 44 defense and Max has 40. And they both have 120 hit points. I'm still missing a potato pie somewhere. Best as I can tell, I think I ended up deleting one because of progressing too fast in an area. Since the chests can spawn on top of each other and destroy each other. So I think we're just SOL on 4 defense for Max, which isn't the biggest deal. It'll be fine. We have a bunch more medals now, but I'm gonna stop worrying about them as much. I'll be real with y'all, I took a look at what you can get for medals. I don't care that much. It's some neat stuff, but none of it's gonna change too much about how the game plays out for us. So if I get enough to get something cool, great. If I don't, I won't. That's as simple as that. I also started picking up a full slew of premium chicken, because you can just buy it from Ferdinand in Balance Valley for 120 each, and it's a full heal. That was mostly brought on by the fact that I ended up running out of crunchy bread in a bad situation while I was grinding. We also have plenty of regular bread on us. As you can see, our resources are thriving, for the most part. Aside from scrap metal, which keeps running out constantly. And I'm actually starting to run a bit low on some of these crystals as well. But, you know, one problem at a time. And I still haven't started working this Crystal Brassard up yet, because I want to get done with the Thorn Brassard's evolution first, and then I'll start worrying about the crystal. Because one of the two forms of this actually gives me something I really do want. And I'm hoping that it's this one, but if it isn't, well, then we're not getting it. Because I think I've learned something. Is when I was looking at the listings for the various weapons, this was listed as having ABS up, but poverty. So I think that's what that coin going into the can means over there. I think we are getting reduced coins when we use this weapon. Which is fine, because I've not really been killing with it that much. It's mostly been fed by proxy. But it's worth noting, is unfortunately that's going to carry forward into all of the forms it takes. Except for the fact that the next one has a counterbalance to that, and that's why I'm interested. Yeah, I've got the wing shoes for Max, I've got... Did I not make the other things, or... Just where I made the... Wait, no, that's Monica's wing boots. Those are the wing shoes. So I've got wing boots and wing shoes for muddy floors. I don't know if they're going to be relevant yet, but I figured it was a good idea to get them. We do have access to the spike boots like I was discussing. Did I make the spike shoes as well, or did I only make spike boots? I think I only made spike boots. Well, hopefully that doesn't matter. We also have the dragon shoes on Max that let him walk on hot floors. I think I can make the metal shoes, or did I only look at that and then didn't make that because I'm a fool? I think I looked at that and didn't make that because I'm a silly man. There's also someone else you guys might want to meet on the train. Because I ended up realizing there's someone you can recruit, specifically by having a particular weapon that I'd already been working on. Now, I didn't actually find him on the train anywhere, so I don't actually know where in here he is, but we'll find him. There he is! Max's dad, Gerald, is with us now. And you can buy guns from him. You get him by showing him that you can make a bell trigger from a trumpet gun he gives you. You can just have the bell trigger already, and he'll play ball. You can even buy a bell trigger, and it'll count. He sells magic guns, trumpet guns, and grenade launchers at the moment, as well as the turkey speed up putter for some reason. So yeah, if we need him anywhere, we have him. I'm gonna quickly grab some scrap metal while we're here. As well as... Nope. Buying the silver... Oh no, I do have scrap metal. Never mind, we're fine. Buying the silver balls I need for the legs, I think, is out of our price range. I don't think 5 is enough. I need 2 more. Can I afford 2 more? I can afford 2 more. You know what, the hell with it then. I wasn't sure if it was going to be 10 that I needed or if it was 15. Turns out it was 15. Let's see how that looks. Right now it's a bike. But if we put the legs on, that's pretty good. I like that. The colors don't really match up. But other than that, it's pretty great. I'm going to show you guys how the buggy works first. But I do think, in practical terms, we're probably going to stick to the 4-legged version. And you'll understand why when I actually use the bike in combat. Alright, let's go. Let's head on over to the next area.
Alrighty then, here we go. Mount Gundor, here we come!
Gundor calls for aid. Off we go! Into Chapter 5. I'm Rada. Is a volcano. You might get the idea of why I was concerned about making
Chapter
sure
5. Conflict of the past and future.
to have something good for hot floors.
What's this?
It's raining embers! Something is definitely up.
I assume the volcano
The
erupted.
village of Heimrada should be here at the foot of Mount Gundor.
Might not be
But I
anymore.
guess it got wiped out too.
Let's get going then, Monica.
Be
Did-
careful out there, you two.
Did they incite the volcano to erupt?
There's nothing much we can do this time, so we'll just take it easy on the train, okay, guys?
What, there's nothing blocking the way arbitrarily this time?
If you need any help with anything, just let us know.
Oh, Borneo and Eric can now be placed in the Georama. You get the feeling that that's gonna be important? That they'll be vital to rebuilding Heimrada? Which is apparently just right up there. I wanted to take a look at the front of the train. Oh yeah, there's just a big fucking rock in the way. Why isn't that something they can solve? They've taken care of rock slides like that before, or is that just the end of the rail? You know, I suppose it's probably not worth worrying about it. I am so tempted to try something stupid because of these falling embers. I wonder what would happen if you tried to put something flammable down. Whether the game would take account for that or not.
Look there!
No, it's the battleship again. Let me get a picture of that. It looks really neat. I meant to try earlier.
Is it him? What's he up to this time?
Gaspard must be hopping mad that we've been restoring all the origin points.
And there's no way we're gonna let him stop us, right?
Let him know. Will he succeed in stopping us? Well, we'll have to make sure that that doesn't happen.
I wonder if Gaspard's causing these falling embers too.
Now, how exactly would he be
Doubt
doing
about
that?
it. Oh, there's no way we can start bringing back wood and straw buildings now.
Yeah, they're making a very strong point about not doing that. I'm tempted to ignore them and do it anyway and see what happens.
He's trying to stop us from building so we can't revive any more origin points.
Joke's on you, we've got metal and brick buildings, idiot.
That monster!
Let's hurry, Monica!
Yeah!
Hurry to where, though? Also, did he just kind of, like, fuck off? I guess they just kind of wandered off. They... You know, you could have fought me. It was right here. It would have been a great open field to fight you. No? Okay. Okay, that counts as a gate, apparently. I wasn't sure if a stone arch would be something different. Geyser, I'm sure, will be important for some stuff. A lot of ideas can come from seeing a steam geyser going off. Doesn't look like there's much else here, admittedly. But I'm gonna put that argument to the test. Let's find out what happens if I put down a wooden house. Will it just catch fire immediately? That seems fine. Nothing bad happened yet. Let's quickly walk away. You know, see if it just spontaneously combusts whenever it's not on screen. Nah, still there so far. What if I leave? Interesting that it's called the Heimrata Stop instead of the Heimrata Station, by the way. But then again, I guess there really isn't a station here, it's just part of the train line. Nope. So they weren't kidding. It burned to the ground, look at that. I love it when they actually follow through on these things. Oh, actually, that was something special, too. Huh. I remembered seeing that cinders were missable. I didn't actually read how you get them. So I knew cinders were a concept. Just to be clear on that. But I also genuinely did just want to toy with the mechanic there and see if it actually would follow through on their threat. Let's just, you know, get rid of that. Nothing bad happened at all. Nope. And I don't even get a placeable thing back from that, and I don't think I get the materials back either. We know we need a bunch of culture points, but that feels like a given. And Pasnos is the thing we're trying to restore. That's the rebel fortress, apparently, that we learned about. I'm assuming we're gonna end up utilizing these steam geysers for power or something. That seems like a likely thing, since this is supposed to be some kind of fancy workshop. They probably like power the whole place with these various geysers. But I guess there's not really much to do other than go into the dungeon here, because there's not even somebody to talk to here. This whole place is just a wreck. But let's go to the future right quick and see how the future looks. I'm gonna assume it's just a big old empty nothing, but there will probably be items to pick up, is why I'm bothering. And I did check something. Our companion's effect does in fact only work on swords. Apparently Cedric increases wrenches, and Gerald increases guns when they level. So technically, if I wanted to be the max efficient possible, I would need to actually be switching them when I'm grinding. I didn't. Ah, okay, that is a thing. Gundorada Workshop. I think we were told the name of this place before. I wonder where that transmission device would send me, or if that's, like, meant to contact somebody. This big old hole here, though, does seem like a problem. There seems to be a whole lot of nothing here, but I'm just gonna walk the whole loop for a second here to look for boxes. Because if I were a game designer, I would hide a box out here somewhere. A reward for those actually attentive enough to actually go check. Now, whether there would be anything out here, that's a good question. Also, there's a transmission device over here, so it probably will teleport me from that end to that end. So we might make use of that. In fact, there's multiple transmission devices, so probably shortcuts around the whole place. Oh, there is somebody here, though. There's nothing we can't make here at Gundorada Workshop. No matter how big or small, we can do it. Is that why there's a big hole here? Did you make the big hole? Or is it just the fact that we're on top of a volcano? No, there are people here. So we got erased by Griffin, huh? What a terrible monster he must be. They're very calm about that, I gotta say. Everything got blown up and just wiped from time. And they're like, huh, what an asshole. Looking like my theory that there's boxes out here might be wrong, though. Mildly upsetting. Guess we'll have to actually get started doing some work here before we actually can get anything. Kind of hoping for like an early Fruit of Eden or something. to bolster me up a little. Though honestly, we're pretty strong. Every time I've said that though, and then we go to a new area, the new area immediately grinds me into the dirt. So I'm like, I don't trust it. I don't have as much faith this time. Fly across because it's faster. Alright, save the game and then we'll go into the dungeon. Not that we accomplished literally anything yet, but it'll save me time if something goes horribly wrong. Mount Gundor. So how big is this place? Well, the side path isn't very big. The main path, though, goes for a bit. Okay. Good to know. Battle with Griffin's army. Clear all without healing. Oh, I did learn something about clear all without healing. Apparently, if you leave the floor, by any means, it counts. You don't actually have to clear all the monsters for the clear all without healing. Which is a little bit of a lie in how it's labeled there, I would say, but it's fine. Let's go ahead and show off the ride pod right quick against the Rifle Wolf. Now you'll notice the problem with the bike immediately. You can turn it more rapidly with L1, but that becomes actually a lot harder to control too. This thing drives like a bike with all the problems that entails. I love it because it's fast, but it's a little awkward to control. And obviously the Nova cannons are powerful. Now, if we quickly swap it to the spider legs, though... Well, that's actually decently quick, too, and much more controllable, so yes, we're going to be using spider legs. Not the biggest fan of the noise they make constantly, but... Okay, so Stick Joe sounds like he's a replacement for the Crescent Moon guys, as he made the same noise when he died. Okay, this wrench does decent damage to the Rifle Wolves. We also have at least one weapon that we've seen that needed to kill Rifle Wolves. Oh wow, even the Dark Fang actually does damage to them. Not as much as it could, but it does damage at least. And of course, we're into the reskin phase. Our enemies are just replacements of previous ones, which is fine. Oh, I got time stopped. See, this is the kind of thing that I bought the Mighty Healings from Dell for. But we do actually have a cherry on hand, so we'll go and just use that. Nice and easy. What's gonna be in this box over here, I wonder? More paint. You get the feeling that we're gonna need orange paint. just have a suspicion suddenly that this area is going to require me to use orange paint. Go ahead and show off the power of this ancient sword right quick. Yeah, as you can see, very powerful sword at this point. Just chopped right through him when we were struggling a bit against that a minute ago. Oh hey, we got those guys from the opening area, and now the Griffin soldiers, ones that were participating in the assassination of Monica's father. Just gonna keep on chopping. Well, they don't hit that hard either. I mean, admittedly, we do have solid defense at 44. But I still figured they would actually hurt, considering things were dangerous whenever we went to new areas before now. But perhaps now in the second half of the game, things are actually gonna level off a little bit. He says, knowing that that's probably a lie. You could see that I was actively getting ready to guard that, and I just was a little too slow. Ooh, he dropped a power crystal. As well as a life element. The life element being less exciting. Got the map. And there was bread. How much damage do you take from this? You don't even take damage from that. Understood. Thank you for your cheese. It will go to a good cause. Me surviving. Wanted to open the box, but I'll open you first, I guess. There you go. Yeah, it does no damage. Alright, since he wants to hover, Max, is gonna be your show here. There it goes. Now he's reachable. It's nice having both of them actually, like, have reasonably comparable strength for the first time in a bit. So that I can actually use both of them interchangeably. So that whichever one's better for a specific situation actually gets to be relevant. But I'm obviously gonna still be focusing on trying to get this Stinger Wrench worked up. Primarily. Because that's what needs to reach the next stage of its development the most at the moment. Because as good as that Digihammer is, I don't really like the hammers. I prefer the wrench-type weapons. Much like I don't really care for the two-handed weapons that much on Monica either. I would rather my weapons be a little faster. Another level up. The problem is, it's gonna need a lot of points. So it's gonna need to get a fair few levels before we can actually make something happen here. Since I don't think I have anything that's good for giving it more scale. I'm gonna assume the magma rock is probably what we use to get to the next part. Any of you give scale? No. Diamond would, but that's only 5 points to the scale. I don't really want to put it on this. Bear's Hand does give 27 to scale, but we're we're 2 points short on that. So I could just wait till the next level and then put that on there. Because if I put 4 spheres worth of scale in there, that's only 12. Whereas this will buff the attack a little bit, it'll buff the durability a bunch, which doesn't matter that much, and it would give it the 27 scale. It was a touch more lightning, though it doesn't need more lightning at the moment. I do still think that's the better choice. Because at this point, I have to be a little bit more selective how I'm boosting these weapons. Not because of running out of resources, but because it will just gradually take longer and longer to level them up enough to get enough points. So it's worth my while to be kind of selective how I upgrade them. Now, it is worth noting, even though I looked at that weapon guide, I didn't look at everything, so I don't actually know, for example, what the Stinger Wrench turns into. Because I made the Stinger Wrench after I looked at that guide. And I obviously did not go back and re-reference the guide again. I just took a look at it, went, okay, neat. The things I currently have turn into these things. Which is what caused me to get rid of the Claymore. Because what it turned into didn't sound very exciting. So rather than worry about continuing to level up like 3 swords, I chose to power boost 1 sword and reduce it down to 2, technically 3 swords still that I'm working on. Yeah, because it would have been 4 swords with the Claymore, and then it's instead 3. Right? No, because I'm only working on Evil Size. Oh yeah, his Antique Sword is still there. It would have been down to 2 swords, but I realized the Antique Sword became something cool. And the Evil Size is kind of a pet project at the moment. Hey there, Natra. So far, mostly just rambling on about the changes I made between last session and this one, while I bludgeon soldiers to death. What's up with you? Oh, you guarded that, huh? Look at you. Punk. These guys out here blocking explosions. Nice. Hopefully you enjoy your day off. I appreciate you spending some of that time here. So do make sure to get some rest, because based on that, it sounds like you've been working a lot. Let's see. Looks like our only remaining enemy is all the way over here in this random little nub. We'll go clobber whatever this is, and then we can leave. Oh, hell yeah. You'd love to see it when you get back-to-back days off. There we go, floor cleared. I did heal, so I don't get the medal, but like I was talking about, the medals don't seem to really matter. Do not teleport me to the sphere, I'll go there on my own. I just wanted to make sure I picked up the ABS from that guy. I did learn a bunch about how to play Spheda a bit better as well. Because I ended up doing a bunch of these because I was clearing floors that we hadn't played this on yet. Now, this is a little bit of an awkward spot. Wish the prediction line on this went a little bit further. Let me disengage from the ball and look at the lay of the land over here for a second. Because this is just empty over here, right? Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Problem is, you could go out of bounds in all these holes on the sides, and that's what I'm very concerned about. But I think I have an idea that's just dumb enough to work. Nice. Just so long as you don't get yourself in trouble doing that. What we're actually gonna do is fire right on down the middle here. Which may not make sense, but understand that it will in a moment. Hit it nice and hard. I screwed up because I timed it wrong. The intent was going to be I was supposed to hook that, and then it would curve around the corner. But I forgot that I have to be holding that the whole time when the meter's moving. I just learned that and I immediately forgot that. You're fine, it's the internet. Nobody knows how to spell properly on the internet. There we go, that's more like what I was aiming to do. But that's exactly what I was afraid of with the out of bounds. So we might not be making this one, because this positioning is really awkward. Try doing something stupid. What? Why did it bounce that way? And this is why that was stupid. Because that should not, under any circumstances, that should not have bounced back towards me with the way this rock up here is shaped. That should have absolutely went to the right. But apparently that just ain't the way that that's gonna work. Okay. And this is why setup shots matter more than I like to give them credit for. Hell yeah, 10 streams. Someday those points will matter. Someday. Of course, now I get the perfect shot. And again, it doesn't matter because the layout of the rocks here are so jank that trying to bank shot anywhere is apparently just a complete lie. So you know what? We only have one shot left. Into the hole you go. Goodbye, ball. Doesn't even fall in the hole properly. Because that's another thing I learned about the way the sphere works in this game, is the physics on it are a suggestion, rather than them working properly. That thing has way less weight to it than you might ever expect it to. Like, I had a shot earlier when I was just grinding through. I put it at, like, something stupid, like, not even half power, and it still flew, like, halfway across the map. I'm like, what is this thing? And I know it's, like, some kind of magical time ball, so you can't really assume it has weight, but still makes Golf Brain very confused. This seems like a bad idea. Yep, nope, this is definitely a bad idea. Art day, best day. I had meant to get some artwork done yesterday, but I literally spent all day yesterday grinding on stuff for this. Red seals, so no max, that's fine. So didn't the medal for this one say only using Max's gun or something? And we got wind and thunder gun drawns now. Up from the Gemrons of before. This is what our little dragon guy has to look forward to. He'll become one of those eventually. Lucky you floated away from the rock I threw at you. Hey, I should probably show off the Gemron form. Look how fast this little thing is. It just zooms around. Now, there's a problem, though. Oh my god, there's new trees. I hate it here. Yeah, he's a little weak right now still, being only level 5. So he does, like, no damage. But it's nice that he's real fast. Oh, boy. Oh, that hurts. All the things to bring back. They had to bring back the nightmare trees. Just not dealing with that. The sword apparently does still do a lot to them, but getting that close is dangerous. Oh, P.S. Our Gemron form can't do the spin. I'm assuming it learns it as it levels, probably, and it just doesn't have it yet. We also have a bunch of treasure keys right now, because I got a couple of them as one of the rewards from Donnie, and I also was just finding a bunch of them when I was grinding. Oh, hey, a sword that's like 4 areas behind. Thanks, game. Guess that'll turn into money. It's a good thing this sword has a lot of raw power, otherwise we wouldn't be doing much to the Thunder gun runs. Because we have mostly Thunder on this sword, and the other one, now that I think about it. We have Thunder on a lot of weapons right now, because that just happened to be what the weapons needed to upgrade. So it's like, well, guess everything's getting lightning. Which is fine by me. Lightning's probably my second favorite option. Sounds good. Do what you gotta do. I'll still be in this dungeon. Using more of the bread so we don't use the more useful stuff until we need it. This is a very small floor, I just realized. It all fits on one screen for once. Depending on how things work out, I may just go back to using the ride pod to clear out the trees. Oh, something I do want to test, but I can't test it here because we can't go to max right now. I was gonna see if the four-legged ride pod can kick at rocks or not. Quit working together. There, die together. I hope you're happy. Wow, it really has been almost an hour already? Jesus. Just looked over to check the ad timer and it was saying, hey, 5 minutes till first ad. I'm like, what? How? How has it already almost been an hour? I feel like I've done nothing. Well, that's how it always works. The days where I feel like I have energy, time flies. And then when I'm tired and just want the day to pass, the day takes forever. I have 10 points on this sword right now. I should really work on actually getting something done with it. Thing is, 10 points just means 30-point increase on a particular stat with just the gems. So, what can I do about that? You don't have stats that would be particularly well suited to this other than getting the scale up. And I was kind of planning on using that for the other one. But I might be willing to make an exception to move this along. In fact, I think I am very willing to make an exception to move this along. The attack isn't going to increase. Do I have anything else with 5 points to spare in it to test that? I want to see if that's maxed out. Yes, the attack on that is maxed out, so I kind of don't want to do that. So it's only 8 attack from that, so I don't think it's that big a deal. Waffle, 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 waffle. There's not really that much else that will actually do for me. And now this has stealing as well. Okay, that's enough of scale, so actually that was a very good thing to have done. That was 6 points to get rid of a requirement. So it's just got to get more chill to it. That's not bad at all. So unfortunately, I don't have anything to expedite that with other than the diamond, which would be kind of wasteful, like we've talked about before. It's probably going to need to be like 60-ish, so it's going to take at least one other level. But we're almost there. We're almost there for upgrading the antique sword. I know which sword not to upgrade it into, so if the text for that sword pops up, expect me to be upset, for one, and for two, I'm gonna need to figure out a solution to that problem. Gold brass sword, which is also out of date. Okay, I'm glad that play I made worked out. I really was worried we were gonna die doing that, because of the amount of shots coming our way. But I figured if I just went and killed the tree straight up, we'd be better off. That's why there's a third one, too. And remember, we can reflect element with Monica blocking now, but not if it's multiple elements. So since there was 3 different flavors of Gunron there, it didn't work. Well, that looked cool. Sliced right through him as he went to shoot.
Looks
And
like
perfectly landed on the other side of him, too. Don't teleport me yet. There's a certain thing I need that's a more important ball to me right now. There we go, Geostone get. We can also open another chest and see what fate has in store for us. Wah, wah. Fate has pain in store for me, to no one's surprise. All the ads are running though, now that it's gotten warmer. Let me get rid of this blanket. I'd intended to use it to keep my legs warm. It's actually too warm. Full cozy mode is not required. Otherwise, I will just cook. So part of that's probably because I had a nice big of hot tea here with me too. Though that is admittedly cold now. But it probably made the difference beforehand. Switch to max so that we can play the golf game. Still think he could just golf with his wrenches. They're close enough to the right shape, though these Spheda clubs are a little longer. So I suppose that would be why. This one seems a little bit more reasonable. The direct approach may very well be a terrible idea. Doing it. Yeah, I knew that was gonna have too harsh a hook on it. I shouldn't have hooked it like that. Shouldn't have done it. Did it anyway. Shouldn't have done it. Look at the aggressive bounces this thing takes, though. Like, this thing will bounce like it got slammed with a pinball flipper. And I think that's the thing that's boggling me the most with this. Oh, that's gone awry. And yet, landed basically exactly where I wanted it to. But I think we're SOL here, because unless this, like, takes the most ridiculous path possible, it ain't going. It almost worked. If it hadn't just bounced right back on that last one, it would have perfectly landed, actually. Oh well. It would have been nice to succeed at that, because the reward boxes from those are actually fairly nice. Like, I got one of the rubies I have from one of the Spheda courses I succeeded on. But this place has so many twists and turns in it, and the bouncing is so aggressive. But this place is gonna be a problem for playing golf. Up, up, and away. Using only items? No, don't care. Yeah, I know, you're also hurt. Actually, Max isn't that hurt, so we won't double pudding. I was gonna double pudding when I said that, and realized, wait, no. It would not be effective. Stone key. I'm going to assume that's for going to the extra areas here. Like, that's the key equivalent, essentially. And failed. I just fixed that. I just fixed that health bar, and you've gone and ruined it again. You bastard. Joke's on you, I still hit both of you. I was trying to open a box. You wanna die, so I guess I have to take care of you first. And that's what happens when I decide to make an example of you. You get hit with a rock that's about as big as you are before I stab you. Okay, so it's not just gun runs up here, even though they're the ones that are mentioned in the fight. You gotta make a point, you know? They got between me and my loot, therefore they really needed to know they fucked up. Okay, the camera is having a rough time. There we go. Here, have your own lightning back. Now, go over there. But how did that attack miss him? That jump slash should have went right through him, and instead it quite literally went right through him. I always throw myself off by accidentally throwing the enemies, by the way. Like 1 in 10 times I pick an enemy up and throw them, is it intentional? Is the pick up and throw is off of the guard button. So if I try to attack out of guarding, half the time I'll pick the enemy up that I'm trying to hit. It's unfortunate. But it's very funny. Still don't need armband repair powders because I've... Fun fact, during that entire grind, I don't think I fired off more than like 2 shots out of Monica's armband. It was all focused on guns, wrenches, and swords. Because a lot of what I was doing yesterday was other things other than pure weapon grind. And honestly, so far, the guns have been more effective than Monica's magic. So the Thorn Armband is a tempting thing to buy multiple of and just, like, Synth Sphere it into other things so everything gets AVS boost. Since the ability carries over with the Synth Sphere. Oh, you bastard. Just walked around a corner and immediately got time stopped. Oh, and I don't have any cures for it right now, so I'm just gonna have to sit here and take this for the moment. It's wearing off now, though. As long as I don't just immediately get time stopped again. Go ahead, do it again. Here, have it all back now. It's interesting that it has, like, the wind animation when it's a holy attack that I threw back, though. I guess maybe holy doesn't have its own animation. Oh, wow, 2 levels happened. I was not paying enough attention, apparently. So anyway, 10 points of chill going into the sword. 1 more level and I think it'll make it? Question mark? Oh no, there we go. Oh, dang it. That was the wrong one. So the 7-branch sword's the one that dead ends out according to the guide I looked at. The good news is I only need a bit of scale to fix this. So we're gonna have to spend another level on the antique sword. RIP. That also tells me that the guide is a bit of a lie, because it said that the 7-branch sword was the lower path, not the upper path. So that clearly was wrong. So, you know, maybe I should just not even trust that guide about weapons to begin with. Who knows? I could be getting steered completely wrong. Which, fun fact, that's also the only weapon I actually paid enough attention to retain exactly which one was which off of the guide. The other ones I just took a look and skimmed through, like, okay, do these turn into things? Yes? Okay, that's fine. And more importantly, were these interesting sounding things? I didn't really, like, read the stat lines and such that were provided or anything. Huh. That seemed needlessly dangerous, but it worked. After this floor, we'll go drop off the geostones and see what we can do with them. Oh, Oh, good. In case I get time stopped again, I have another mighty healing. It's a good thing that these guys are worth a lot of points. So even a +9 weapon is actually leveling decently. Of course, there's also plenty of them, which helps. I think if we found something that's weak to wind around here, we might actually still be able to hurt them with a thorn armband, thinking about it. The wrench isn't that much stronger than this armband. This armband's like 50 or 60-ish, and the wrench is 70. But that is a 10-point difference at the lowest, so I suppose now there's more of a difference than I like to think there is there. 10 points may just be a lot more meaningful than in some games. Even if it may not always feel it when you are using your gems to increase something by 10. It's also worth noting, by the way, that there's no point in trying to be clever and, like, gift capsuling the higher end version of a monster. I'm pretty sure you still will only get the base form of it, so you'll still get like a Gemron if you tried to gift capsule a Gunron, for example. I don't know that, but I'm pretty confident of that, based on the listing I looked at, because it was saying that you get the same metal from both versions. So that would be what my takeaway on that logic would be. I obviously don't know that for certain. Probably should have backspun that, but I think it'll be okay. We're gonna take it a little bit easier this time, since there's so much mess in the way here. Go ahead and hit this one with the backspin. The backspin in this game is, like, ridiculously powerful. Okay. Why did the backspin behave differently that time? So, fun fact. I used backspin 3 other occasions off camera. It made the ball stop in place those 3 times. The second I say it's powerful, it brings the ball all the way back to me. I give up trying to understand speed mechanics, I think. Every time I think I understand something about it, it changes its mind and does something different. Unless it's like a power shot thing, where the power shot made it get wackier, which I suppose is possible. Yes! Okay. The bounces were in my favor that time. This feels like a very much ain't no way I'm gonna make this work type shot, but I'm gonna give it a go. Based on the positioning and the distance, I think I need to be somewhere around here. Oh, it's a power shot. Not what I wanted, but it worked. Oh. I also didn't account for that being up on a ledge, so it being a power shot saved that shot, I think. Level up powder. That does solve a problem we had. But I think what I'll do is I'll finish getting the level properly on that weapon. This is not going to take that long to get a level based on how the meter's been moving. What I might do is give it another level after the... No. No, because at that point, one level should be all it needs. So there'd be no point in giving it another level after that. And there's no point in using it on the Thorn Armband, because the Thorn Armband is so close to gaining a level. Just use the monster No, the monster transformation wouldn't work. I would have to use, like, the ride pod a couple times. And quick switch to Monica. And that would finish getting that thing its level. Monica's magic. Well, we'll go back to Heimrada, see about rebuilding it a little bit, and then we'll carry forward. Downloading Geostone. You can make Great Crane Power Arm. Second floor of workshop restored, made clear. 3 sturdy houses placed, made clear. Third floor of workshop restored, made clear. House placed 3 blocks high, made clear. Workshop elevator restored, made clear. Fire squall destroyed has been made clear. Fire squall, you say? Okay, so 3 sturdy houses and 30 points is what you need for the second floor. And then you have to place a house pretty high up in order to get the third floor, as well as something else. Probably put somebody in said higher up house. We're off to a solid start. But clearly I need to focus on brick houses here. Or iron houses, really. Yeah, the fact that the iron house specifically says it won't burn seems meaningful. Like, I feel like brick would be fine, but I don't know if those shingles are fireproof. So we'll stick to iron houses in here. Sounds good, Zeri. Make sure to get some rest. Said it had to be 3 blocks high, so technically I could place it 3 blocks high using the thin blocks. In theory. Assuming I'm gonna need the power arm and the great crane for something. Like, they're probably gonna be required to actually finish one of the houses up properly and things like that. I tell you what, though, to save material, let's try a brick house. If the brick house does not get destroyed, we will use brick houses. If the brick house does get destroyed, then we will use iron houses. That seems like an easy answer. So if it's like the wooden house that I placed, when I walk off screen and go back in, it will blow up. Now let's see what happens. No, it's still here. So these are sturdy enough to survive here. So we can save on material quite a bit, actually, by just making brick houses. Good. Because iron houses would get kind of expensive. I'm not going to worry about where I'm placing these quite yet. Let's just place them down to fulfill that criteria for the moment. Yeah, see, they do count as sturdy enough houses for the floor requirement. Now, culture points. We need 15 more. And slap an iron chimney on this one because I have that available. Does that count toward the culture points? It does. It gave 4 points. Very good. Now, I have to be careful what I use here, because I assume trees and anything made out of wood is going to burn. So make one of each of these just as a starting point. Place some blocks. Okay, these are too small, though. I would have put a house higher up with. Okay, that's the equivalent of like 4 of the block I was just looking at for the cost of 2. So we're better off using a bunch of these. And then we can place the house higher up. In terms of what size we're gonna need this to be, probably 2 sets of these wide and then an extra one at the back to accommodate the length of the house. That should do. But I don't have enough sturdy rock for that. But can I actually, like, combine these and have that work? Looks like I can. It'll be very slightly askew, but it works. Let's not place that one there, though. We'll just chuck this one off to one side. See if that counts toward the culture points. No, the bricks don't count toward the culture points. They are useless crap. Understood. I guess it makes sense, though. This will be the crane house. There you go. That house has its own special crane. This one has a grabby hand. Okay, 5 more points. Just 5 more points. Those were actually worth a decent amount of points then. So let's grab more of those. This house is going to be special. It's going to have both. A cool guy lives here who gets to use everything. These things look really dumb, and I'm kind of here for it. There we go, that's 31 culture points. There's been a change in the future. The workshop actually has a 2nd floor now. Joyous day. Let's go see the future and go loot the future, more importantly. Doesn't look that different. Ah. How do I get upstairs? Or can I not do that yet? This may have been a pointless endeavor. It said workshop 2nd floor restored, didn't it? I suppose restoring the 2nd floor doesn't help if there's no 1st floor, huh? I kind of assumed that the floor we're standing on was the 1st floor. Unless that upper ring wasn't there before and that is the 2nd floor, but how do I get to it? Presumably I would need the elevator restored to get there. So I think this might be an instance if you can't get at the boxes or anything until you restore the elevator. Which requires question mark. So I guess we're gonna need to go get more geostones first. I do kind of wish they had done more with the music for this place, but it is what it is. The future music for a lot of these places has not really been that much to write home about. Not that the music for the present's that much better, but, you know. It's not bad, it's just nothing exciting. Oh, we have one of the 2 requirements for 3rd floor of workshop restored already. So must be like house has crane or something like that. So we could actually restore the 3rd floor if I go get more stone. And we fulfilled a random requirement over there too. I mean, some math right quick. Since these take 10 each, and I said I needed... Well, it's gonna need to be 3 blocks high, so at the minimum, it'll have to be 3 layers of what I'm building. So... if it's 3 of these make each floor, then I need 9, which is 90 stone, give or take. How much money do I have? I've got a decent amount, and stone's not that expensive. I'm honestly shocked that I ran out so quickly. But I think I wasn't really getting sturdy stone for the most part. I was getting rough stone. Go ahead and repair the robot while I'm here. We should also see if people's shops changed since we went to a new chapter. Got anything new, Borneo? Nope, you still have the same things. We are apparently out of copper, though, so let's grab some copper while I'm in here, too. Since the stuff for this area was needing copper. Dr. Dell, you got anything new? You still just sell Mighty Healing, which is kind of expensive, so I'm not super into worrying about that. I'm sure some of the other shops in the various towns have changed, but I'm not going to worry about going and checking all those right now. What about you, Eric? You sell just gunpowder still? Yep, gunpowder and gunpowder-related things. You have a wildcat now, so if I want that, I don't need to make it, so that's cool. I have too many weapons already, though, so we won't be worrying about that. And honestly, if he's selling it, that tells me that that's probably behind the curve. You are selling the Poculcoal. So that sounds interesting. We'll go ahead and grab one of those, because it's a weird-looking thing, and I'm kind of amused by it. Not bad, not bad. About on par with what I've worked the Thorn Armband up to. And yeah, Sturdy Rock's only E20 each, so we're just gonna get some extra just in case my math is bad or I need more. There we go. 120 should be all we're gonna need. If I need more than that, I'm going to cry. Because my wallet will be crying before I am. And again, we did burn a bunch of the sturdy rock making the brick houses, too. My calculations are gonna get a little screwball-y because I need to make 2 more of these first. I need to finish this one. Because otherwise that was gonna get weird. I'm gonna try my best to make this neat and tidy and even, by the way, but with the way the stick moves this around, I cannot guarantee 100% precision. And yes, I know, there's technically gonna need to be stairs to get up to this thing. Or something, but one problem at a time. There we go. You have the beginning of your stairs to get to it. But for the moment, the requirement only says that the house has to be up there. They never said the house has to be accessible. That. Give me that. Why is this not good enough? Maybe the house does have to be accessible. Well, damn it. Hang on. Maybe there's just not enough clearance out the front of it. Okay, game, I'll bite. Why is this not okay? The entire framework of the house is on solid ground. Why is this not okay? Oh, there we go. That's how I was supposed... That's what clean up on this menu meant, was put it in alphabetical order. Alright. Let me just get this whole arrangement picked up for a second here, then. It's like, maybe there's something wrong with how I align them, so it's like just askew enough that the game's mad. So if I just rearrange them... Now see, if I look at it close enough, it almost looks like the one to the left there is slightly higher. So is it gonna be so particular that if the ground's not flat, it's gonna not work? Swear to God. Am I gonna have to build a platform to then put the bricks on for this to work? 'Cause I don't know about any of y'all, but I cannot tell the lay of the land looking at this ground. Yeah, I know there's been a change in the future. It's because I deleted something. I've ruined the future again. This all looks really flat to me. But there's like a couple little bumps here and there. There's actually a little bit of grass growing here. Special? Fun fact, I did not actually have a picture of grass till now. Which is part of why I stopped and looked at it and went, wait a minute. Because I went to make something that needed a picture of grass, and apparently I didn't have any pictures of grass. Which was absurd to me. Yeah, I've unrestored the second floor. It does kind of boggle my mind that it doesn't let me build up there. We didn't end up needing the iron stand in the previous area. So I'm wondering if the iron stand will somehow be relevant here. For inexplicable reasons. I feel like that's not gonna be the case. But maybe that's a thing? I have enough scrap metal that I can make at least one of these without worrying about it. I did not anticipate this turning into what is essentially a Lego building stream, but you know what? Here we are. I'm gonna have to sit here and play with blocks until this decides to do what it's supposed to do. Okay, no, this is flat. We can all attest that that is flat. Actually, before I bother trying to put the next layer on, let's see if it's a height issue. Maybe it is a height issue. There's a chance that there's a height issue in play here. Or there was something just askew enough with the other ones that it was a problem. Now it's another set higher. Let's see if that counts, because that's technically 4 blocks high, actually. Yes, I was doing that thing where, since it was a single unit, even though I chose these because they were 2 blocks each, I did that thing immediately where I'm like, they're not gonna count that. I'm gonna have to do it this way, making grand assumptions about what the game was and wasn't going to allow. Now we build stairs to get to it, which are gonna look a little janky and fucky, but you know what? They'll work. And that's the important part. Except apparently they don't work here because they want to snap to one side. Except it doesn't do that thing. Oh yeah, duh, I can just turn the magnet off. What am I doing? Exactly what I just did. Bonk. Actually, I'm gonna need to make one more in order to get up on top of this block. I'm gonna send this workshop a hell of a bill once it's rebuilt. Let's see if these stairs actually work. They do! Alright! This house is functional and accessible. Not wheelchair accessible, but you know what? There's plenty of housing where you don't need to go up lots of stairs, so hopefully that'll be fine. Need be, we can build them an elevator. Or if somebody who needs a wheelchair needs to access this place, I can build whatever I damn well please. I'll just put in an elevator for them. Okay. We've now restored the second and third floors of the workshop. See, I'm even gonna restore an elevator later. It'll be fine. And they're actually a lot closer to the other houses now, too, even though their stairs point the wrong way. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. There's been a change in the future. Suddenly the second floor has phased back into existence. Since it brought with it the third floor. Who knew? I don't think I need to gather any more resources. I think we're good just going right back in. Not that I can afford anything else anyway. So, you know, what do I know? What am I talking about? Answer? I don't know either. Game? Okay. Got concerned because it stopped at a full load bar for an awkward amount of time. Lucille. No Monica. Never mind, I'm not gonna be able to finish getting the sword level that I'd planned to get. Great. Great, I love that for me. This has a ways to go yet. This just needs scale, but it needs a lot of it. It's funny how this floor had a Monica can't be here seal, but it requires Monica for the weapon challenge here. Basically meaning you can't get it on your first trip here. Nice. Wanted to try to push the experience to the gun, since the gun needs levels. I love how his sound effect still played even though I knocked him down. Like, I'm still gonna hit you even though I'm down, kid. This just in. He did not, in fact, hit the kid while he was down. Instead, he got shot while he was flat on his back. Real shame for him. I believe the phrase is Ripbozo. I could use the level up powder now, but if I don't think it'll take too much to level it to 5. And then from 5, I could powder it to 6. That might be better. Just look how much of that meter 1 kill got. The things here definitely give a lot more ABS than any area before. Wait, actually, silly me, I can check that. I can prove with empirical data what I'm babbling about. Steam Tours are worth 100, Savage Rams are worth 84, Gun Drawns are 70, Griffin Soldiers are 84, Stick Joes are 74, Rifle of 68. And then the King Mimics from the previous area were worth 40. Actually, no, it's relatively comparable. Like, the average is a little bit higher, but the enemies from the end of the previous area, at the very least, have similar ABS drop rates. Stuff from the beginning of the area was a bit lower. And that's what I was mostly grinding on, because the stuff earlier was faster to kill. So never mind, it's not actually that much of a change. It's just, I guess, felt like more of a change? I don't know. Well, guess we're not taking the split path here. It's the clown. Sticking with red boxes, bud. Well, I could have gotten another spike wrench, but instead I got an anti-curse amulet. I don't know, I feel like the anti-curse was a curse in of itself. Ow. Oh yeah, one of the things that weapon chart list had, though, was how much ABS each weapon takes to level. Which I assume means that there's variation there, which is interesting. By the same token, it was a game facts guide, so they might have just been blown smoke. Hard to say. But some weapons do seem to level faster than others, so I don't know. The problem with getting any real accurate information on that is the variance in strength of weapons I'm using as well. So it might just be, hey, this weapon's stronger, so of course it's gonna level faster because it's killing faster. You know? And of course, there's the fact that a lot of things I was using the ride pod to level instead. So it would appear different because it's splitting the ABS between two weapons instead of giving it all to one weapon. I was real worried about dying there because of the way those guys can just keep dashing and hitting you. Thankfully, that guy's oblivious. Nicely done. Need the XP. Now we repeat with his friend, who thankfully was just as oblivious as he was. Didn't notice his friend getting shot to death, and also didn't notice the man walking up to club him. Wait, what am I doing? There's a healing spot right here. That's why I didn't heal. Duh. Sometimes you don't realize things, and sometimes you don't see a mimic lurking right before your eyes. Don't let him get up, just shoot him while he's down. Much easier that way. Might have gotten a delivery as well, so when this ad hits, I'll have to go check on that. Because we are expecting a bunch of stuff between Christmas, repairs, and things like that. There's a lot of packages going to be coming in. Oh, on the note of repairs, fun fact, I woke up today to our water filter starting to leak. Thankfully, it's just one you attach to the front of the sink, so it's not like a big ordeal to fix. It's just another one of those, like, hey, did you really not need more things that'll cost you money? Well, good news, here's another thing that costs you money. Is, trust me when I say the water quality here sucks enough, you do not want to be without a water filter of any kind, or you're gonna be miserable. So, you know, probably a good time to remind everybody that I am absolutely taking donations at my Ko-fi, and I'm obviously taking commissions there as well. So, you know, that's a thing. I think we might have enough points to finish getting this Dark Viper up now. Well, no, because it didn't even start this process with the scale yet. But let's find out how much... So that'll get us 24. I have nothing that gives a leap ahead on scale, unfortunately. But maybe we'll be lucky and it'll be one that it needs less of. This is left-hand weapons, so give it another 4 points. Give it even more scale. That's all the scale gems we have left, though. So that's gonna make things a little bit awkward. Of course it isn't enough. Why would it be enough? I'm pretty confident that it needs 60, because that's how much beast and everything else that it needed. So it would only make sense. Which means it needs 24 more, which means it's another 8 points. That's 2 levels. It would need more than that if I used something that gave less. And obviously I could give it 5 points from the diamond, but I keep hoarding that diamond. I really should just use it and be done with it at some point. Oh right, the fish was still there. Not gonna lie, bud. Forgot you existed. That's on me. I deserve to get hit at least once for that. You know, at that point, you know, that's fair play. I was ignoring him. He was being very polite and waited till I finished working on my weapon to fight me. Oh, this is gonna need scale as well. This is gonna be a problem. But for now, just put 8 points worth of Hunter Crystal into this. This, I think, is gonna need 80. Especially considering attack isn't done yet either. The attack probably needs to be 80, Beast needs to be 80. Lightning's the only thing that this finished. It's also kind of unfortunate that the Beast stat's probably not going to be very helpful in here. Aside from, like, the Rifle Foxes. Might count... No, it probably counts for Rams, too. Ow. How can you fly? How does that even work? Of course I get a prickly from him, he's a prick. No, 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 no. This whole hallway's just full of rifle wolves, apparently. The beast improvement on this weapon, though, does seem to have made a difference. We are killing them a little bit quicker. Could be a lot quicker, but, you know, take what you can get. Doesn't seem to be much of a difference on these guys, though. Now, if I had stopped that combo in time, we might have been able to get him with a shot, but it's fine. Oh, and you may notice the pile of holy water I have on my quick bar up there for max. Fun fact, that's actually how you get the undead medal. You have to actually take out a skeleton with holy water, and then they drop their medal. They're the only one I saw on the list that didn't need you to gift box something, I think. Because I, of course, looked up a list of how to catch the monsters, because it's not just throw random nonsense at them and hope for the best. And gift boxes aren't cheap. So, I wasn't about to sit there and just set money on fire, failing. That was not going to be a productive use of my time. And turned out a bunch of them were not nearly as logical as one might think, either. Like the Gemron one, I figured out pretty much without looking at it. It was just 3 element of the flavor of Gemron you were trying to get. The list said wind specifically, so I used wind specifically. But I had tried to get a different flavor as well, but I threw the box past him and he just ignored it. And then I didn't go back and do it again. Because, fun fact, there is a small chance for those to fail, too, which is unfortunate. You can just have the gift box apparently just not work. Or even if they look at it and give the happy response, you just might not get a medal.
That takes care of you guys.
Yeah, if I can place Vita here, I may as well. Even though this is slowing things down immensely. I am tempted by golf. This is probably gonna go poorly, but you know what? I get... Whee! Ooh? That's a good and a bad at the same time. That's a lot closer to the goal, but, not exactly a great position overall. Because there's still a wall between us. But I have 4 shots, so how about we actually do the sensible thing and do a setup shot, shall we? That didn't really go as far as I wanted it to, but it should be okay. Game, as much as I love the direct approach, that's not gonna work. I can't get close enough to this wall with any of my pointing to be able to gauge where the bounces are gonna be. So I'm gonna have to eyeball it, or I just do short hops the whole way. Now I got rid of the putter. We had a pair of those turkeys that were good putters. But I was like, I don't need multiple clubs. What do you mean? And well, you know, kind of regretting my life decisions there a little bit. Oh no. Power putt. You know, that actually kind of worked out though. Except for the fact that I'm still around the corner from my target, but, you know, it's okay. Perfect. Couldn't have asked for a better landing. Is now we just hit it straight in. We don't even need to think about this. Goodbye, ball. Nice and easy, nice and easy. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. We got another medal. And more importantly, we get resurrection powder. You know what? That actually isn't very much a case of more importantly. That's our first resurrection powder, which I still can't make, by the way. I looked for those specifically in the list when I was just searching that up. Can't do it, as far as I can tell. So that's a shame. Yes, I know the ad is about to start, Twitch. It's okay. You are more than welcome to worry about telling me when the ad actually starts. It's okay. Where is my magma rock so I can leave this place? Oh, where is it? There it is. I scrolled right over it, because of course I did. And away! On my totally safe exit device. Whee! How nice of that geyser to wait till Max throws that rock on there, by the way. Just very kind and generous of it to just specifically wait till exactly the moment the rock's in there and he's on it. Using only items? I could do that. I'm not going to, but I could. Mountain baddie appears. It's gonna be the negative kind, isn't it? Not the fun kind. And based on that description, I'm going to assume it's going to be a golem of some kind. Because we've gone a full area without seeing a golem. There's the trees. Trees are still here, because, you know, everybody's so happy to see that, I'm sure. Get lasered, idiot. Let's actually switch to Monica. See about finishing the armband. Nope. Oh, there's the magma rock. And since the ad is running, I'm gonna quickly go check to see if there were packages delivered like I suspect. So I'll be back in just a moment. Howdy, Jay. How's it going? Sorry, I was stepped away, taking a look out for packages, just in case. Hope all is well. And as a specific note, considering it is the crazy season for anybody making deliveries, do make sure to look after your delivery people in the area. They're gonna be going through it right now. Nice, nice. I'm doing fine so far. Most energetic I felt in a good bit here, so I can definitely say I'm well pleased right now. I think I'm finally not sick anymore. Or at the very least, mostly out of it. Oh, I remember. We were gonna blast another thing with the ride pod and then swap to Monica again to hopefully finish that armband level. On a whole other note with this ride pod, by the way, I know I had talked about making a motorcycle for my character at some point. Specifically back when we had played Moonrider. I said I was gonna make one. I'm kind of thinking I'm gonna borrow a chunk from this ride pod as far as the bike version of it goes. So I think that'll really make a fun design. It's just gonna take some cooking to get there. Ignore the fact that that's ready to build up. That's not the build up that I wanted it to have. Okay, this still isn't quite there yet. I was hoping it was closer. Maybe 50's enough for the chill to be done, though? Is the attack's done at 50? Nope, it still needs more. I think I see why I stopped fighting with this as much, because it's level 9 and it's still not done. So for being... Oh, the exorcism is done. What? Why was 33 the amount it needed? What? Well, okay then. You know what? That's fine. That just means one more level and it'll probably be done. Ha 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 ha. Boy. This... problem with this one was it needed more scale, and we're out of the item for scale. Right. One of the things the weapon shop lady does for us, though, is it does give swords a random point in a stat when gains a level as well. So there's a chance we'd manage to random gaining scale. So I could still preemptively gain the levels. That wouldn't be the worst idea. I don't know. We'll play it by ear as far as that goes. With the money we're making in here, I can also go buy more chill spheres and scale spheres. Kind of sort that problem out. What I really should do, though, is probably shrink the amount of weapons I'm working with even further. But then we don't get to see as many cool things, and I hate that. I want to be able to show you guys a bunch of cool things. We love cool things. Now, the other side of that coin is you may make the argument that we're in fact going to see less cool things because we won't be able to finish half of these after a certain point, and you'd be right, which is what those long grinding sessions that I'm willing to put up with doing are for. So, you know, trade-offs. I'm trading my sanity for cool weapons, and I think that's a understandable trade. Just gotta run all the way back to the other end of the map. Considering the exit's over by where that guy in the upper left is, we'll save him for last. I don't need to worry about turning around and getting him right now. We'll go get this chest that's down here, because I presume it'll connect to where that yellow dot and the other enemies on the right there are. Yeah, because this is all one big room. Kind of figured. I debated picking up the rock. Yeah, I probably should just pick it up and throw it. I was debating saving it for the other enemies, but I don't think there's a reason to. Because there's just a little bit too far away for the slow walk to be worth it. Especially now that I've gotten better about blocking bullets, it's not really a concern closing the gap on the rifle wolves. They'll fire off a pointless shot and then get blocked. Hi. Burger. Cook the burger. But hey, new enemy type, technically. It's technically not new because it seems like it's just the same model as the Memo Eater we fought back in Balance Valley. But, you know, it's something at least. Don't you laugh at me. Now you're laughing out the other side of your mouth. Oh, hooray, 4 rolling logs for my pain. Let's see if this coin hurts me. No? It's gonna do something good. Hey, fully restored my weapons. That was perfect. I was actually gonna be very upset if it restored my HP because of the healing fountain being right there. Would have been such a complete waste, and I would have been very upset. It admittedly would have been funny. But I don't think I would have been the one laughing. Ow. Somehow I just keep getting clobbered. Wow, I'm surprised I blocked that. I genuinely expected when he lined up that shot that I was gonna get got by that one because I wasn't gonna be able to come out of the animation fast enough. Oh good, the map, as we have like 2 enemies left in the entire zone. Oh, and for those that are wondering, like, why aren't you showing off the missile launcher? Because you have it. I can't use it because there's not enough room in the core for it. So really I should get some more experience for Steve so he can get a bigger core at some point. Problem is, I have so many things to split my experience between. Like all the weapons, and then Steve. It's a lot. Exactly. Soon. He just needs 1 core upgrade and then he can fit it. I could have probably fit it on there without changing his legs, but he really needed something other than those skates. Those skates were a menace. The firepower's gotta get there somehow. I also sold his other legs, so I can't really go back to them.
Alright, that takes care of you guys.
Time for more golf. No, this is actually not terrible. This is not a terrible position. It's not a great position necessarily, but it's not a terrible one. Kenshi's a hell of a game. One I've never really got very far in. What is with this game and these curves? That curve was supposed to be way more aggressive than that, because it's been more aggressive than that on other shots. Except when it needed to. Which is what I should have expected. I don't have many shots, but I guess the setup shot's gonna have to happen. Which is, of course, when I get a power shot, and now everything's gonna go horribly wrong because of it. There's no way I'm making this work. Gonna do it anyway, but ain't no way this is gonna work. Especially with the stick being so twitchy and not letting me go between these two spots. That's our best shot. I can't go any lower than this either. Here we go! Goodbye, ball! Yep, it bounced all around it because the rock faces in here are so jank that you can't bank shot for your life, ever. Because there's no reliable surfaces to bounce off of. Ah well, we tried. We got closer than I thought we would. We circled the hole completely. If I had like one more shot, I would have taken another setup shot to make it work, but when we got screwed on that first shot, it was just over. Just gotta run all the way over here to the exit, and then we move on. There it is. It keeps getting put in the same spot because I haven't resorted the inventory, so you'd think I'd remember where it gets put at this point. Save the game. Anything can go wrong. Anything else? Using only Monica's sword, Magmanoff. No, we will not be killing everything with Monica's sword here. I can already tell you that that one's not happening. Because based on that description, we've got a big angry rolling rock gonna be in here somewhere. Like, we'll start by using her sword, and as soon as those rocks show up, all bets are gonna be off. So maybe I'll be surprised, and this sword will do a better job of killing rocks than I expect. Actually, what's the smash on this sword like right now? It's 85. Might actually be okay. So it's got a lot of lightning, which I don't think is going to work very well on a lava rock. But with the way that chops through that mimic, you know what? Maybe this will work out. Give me the geostone. Boink. I do very much appreciate that these guys allow me to steal escape powder, because we really can't get escape powder reliably still. We're halfway through this game and escape powder is just like not a thing. Mixed with no self-preservation instinct right here. Another level up. Remember, we're banking those levels because we need those spheres that give us scale. God damn it, I've been slowed. Why'd they have to hit me with the goo? Thankfully, we just happen to have soap in our pocket. Wanted to not leave that experience behind. The way we're going, we might actually succeed in doing the clear everything with the sword. Doesn't really matter, but Doing it for fun more than anything. See if I can get more gunpowder that I have so much of stocked up. I think they really do intend you to make bombs, just with the amount of gunpowder they give you in this game. Just jam like 4 loaves of bread it in, there you go. Nothing to question here, just a lady who can eat 4 loaves of bread instantly. Everything's fine. And bundles of hay. Probably have no use in a place like this since anything built out of that's just gonna burn. Ooh, protector crystal. Well, actually, no. Less ooh about that. I don't think I've used a protector crystal in, like, 3 areas, because durability's not been an issue in this game. Yep, there's the problem right there. There's the rock boy. And this is the problem. He takes a really long time to stop roll attacking. No. This is doing decent damage. This'll be okay. I stand happily corrected. I had a momentary crisis of buttons for some reason, and he just had a brain aneurysm. Yeah, I walked up ready to strike and then hit every button that I didn't need to hit for some reason. But he, like, back jumped into me, and I don't know why. My confusion confused him, which then confused me, and then just nobody knew what was happening. I confused the one that was confused with confusion about confusion, which confused the confused person. I fear for those to whom that made sense. You may be too powerful. More super hot peppers that I think I still have yet to use. I don't think we've used them in anything, and yet I keep getting more of them. They're probably part of one of the bomb recipes or something. I really haven't used that much gunpowder either, much to my eternal disappointment. You shoot so fast. Like, there's very little wind-up animation to the paralyzed shot they do. It's just, oh hey, I see you, and you're frozen now. What are you gonna do about it? Oh, that's right, nothing because you're frozen. Aha. And yes, that's exactly how I think they sound, other than the noise they make. Just haha. They seem like the type. Ignore the seam we saw in the universe there, it's fine. That's completely normal. Nothing to worry about. Kind of figured it was gonna be the magic crystal, which was gonna show me a whole lot of nothing. This is a mimic, by the way. Because there was nothing else on the map. You can't be sneaky when you're the only thing on the map, buddy. Doesn't work.
Looks like we got 'em all.
You ain't slick. Oh wait, we got the shortest wipeout of one too. Look at that. We actually got basically all the medals for this floor by accident. We don't get the clear everything fast reward very often. Because usually I'm messing around with something that takes it longer to happen. Ah, you didn't have the sweetest stick in hand. Put it in your hand. Okay, we have 6 shots to get down there. Huh. And both sides have elevated sections and barriers. Joy. This might be a long golf game. No, I don't think it would be better to go the other way. I debated it for a moment. That's not gonna go where I wanted it. Yep, the power shot screwed me on that one. The shot was meant to land short of that hole, but the power shot pushes it further. So it just went right on in. Well, time for stupid plans then. That might actually work. Nope. Once again, the exact right facing of the rock that I cannot tell at that distance with this rendering to send it right back to me, apparently. Which should, in theory, be physically impossible, I would point out. That the odds of that being so perfectly shaped to have it go exactly back to me is so unlikely. Remember when it looked like I knew what I was doing with Sphida and I actually was like landing all of these? Yeah, I don't either, because I don't think that ever happened. Pretty sure that was just all a figment of our collective imagination. Oh, of course there was a random outcropping sticking up there that was gonna screw everything up. Of course there was. This place is the worst golf course. If I had more shots left, this would still be viable. Oh, that's right. That isn't a wall. That's just a gap. There's still hope. God damn you. Go forth, ball, for the good of the city. Fly! If it weren't for the fact that the entire sides of these areas were death pits, I think that might actually have worked. I think that's like the biggest frustration I have with trying to play Sphida in this place is the fact that the entire sides are just lined with out of bounds. So on top of the janky walls, this place is just impossible to bank shot in. Cut to somebody out there who's played 1,000 hours of just Sphida and can actually just bank off every wall in creation and shaking their head sadly at how I'm playing. And away! Let's see, how many floors did I go since the last time I checked? Geostone's just 3. We'll keep going another floor or so, because we have a lot of floor left. Danger zone. Using only the ride pod, huh? I was just talking about how Steve needs levels, so I think we might actually listen to this one too. This way we can hopefully show off the missile launcher. Hey Amara, how you doing? Glad you were able to make it. You're just in time to watch me laser many strange creatures. Oh, the bombers are back. That's why this floor is called Danger Zone. Okay. We saw a relative of the bombers in the form of the pumpkin heads back in the forest, but we haven't seen the bombers proper since the first game. So that's interesting. All the gems, because Steve needs his experience. And for anybody wondering, the best part about this thing being named Steve is I didn't even name it that. This is actually what its actual name is. And the fun bonus fact to that is there was a talking slingshot in the first game with the same name. Coincidence? Who knows? You can also give him a voice box, which I have yet to do, and I'm wondering if it'll make him talk like the slingshot, and then it'll all make sense. But I've got to give Cedric more of Steve's experience to do that, and I've been prioritizing making Steve stronger. Which one could say giving him a voice of his own would make him stronger too. You know, one problem at a time. At the same time, if I wasn't filching experience for other characters off of Steve's kills, I also probably would have had more than enough experience for all of that by now. It is what it is. You know, details. Give me all the loot. I want that medal because the ride pod medals are the easiest ones to get, so... Wait, no, don't switch too quick. Need to stay ride pod, get the experience. Nom nom nom. So, what am I doing? The ride pod can open chests. It doesn't make sense that it can because it has no functional hands, but just go with it, it's fine. Can this thing kick rocks now? Nice, nice. Glad to hear you're doing okay. And yeah, things have mostly been better so far. It's gone a long way toward getting better around here, which is good. Best of luck with the writing. Two destruction crystals, very good. Those will give my weapons more smash, which we don't need that on any of the ones we're working on right now, I don't think, but every time I've said I don't need it anymore, I've ended up immediately needing it afterwards, so I've already wished that upon myself by saying that. I'm also very disappointed that this version of Steve cannot kick rocks. I guess only the base form legs can do it. So it's gonna be harder to get fuel, which I think we still can't make. I think there's an item, based on the way it was named, I'm assuming it's gonna be in this area. Yeah, admittedly, my posting has been a little bit doom and gloom lately. I will admit that. But I appreciate you keeping up with that. Okay, there's a couple chests off to the side. You know what? I have a clever idea for how to go about that as soon as this thing finishes clearing out. Okay, I know exactly what you mean when not being able to hang out in people's streams that often. Won't worry about going to the Svita spot quite yet. Clever idea being... Suddenly bike. Ah! Speed! Nope. Turn better, please. This is why I kept the buggy around, even though it's kind of jank to use in combat. It'll get us around this dungeon way faster. That sharper turning, though, is rough. Yeah, such is the way lately. But I always try to keep it at least a little bit more positive because I know everybody's going through it. So I'd rather, like, push people up a bit more rather than being negative. But sadly, the state of things sometimes breaks through that. Now, how am I going to make this one work? It does give me 7 shots, so you know, maybe they understand how ridiculous they've made this room for this. That's the wrong way. That might work. A power shot might thwart my plans. Nope, perfect. Go that way, then we go down the hallway. Being mindful not to put it into any of the pits on the sides, hopefully. Yeah, a bit of context for anybody that hasn't been seeing the posts. There's been a lot of me mentioning the Ko-fi page and talking about the whole sore throat saga I went through not that long ago that y'all have been hearing about. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that, but I appreciate that you were considering me. Hopefully things will get better for you, and I will certainly still be more than willing to help out when the time comes. If it helps, I am probably going to be running another discount before too long. I was already thinking of doing a Christmas discount, so that may end up working out for both of us. Hopefully that's enough of a little hop to get us where we needed to go. Yep, that should work. Now, with the way the ball flies in this, I'm actually just gonna set it as low as possible and just hit it hard. This last time I tried to aim higher to accommodate that, I ended up flying way over. So, just goodbye, ball. Yeah, see, even at the lowest shot angle, that still went way over. This thing doesn't have weight. Oh, and now it's the wrong color because if it matches the gate, it doesn't work. I should be able to make that work, yeah. I don't have them formally listed because it's not something I really thought about that much. But I work in the right kind of scale for that kind of thing anyway, so it would absolutely be viable. Unlike that shot. And we can definitely work something out even if it's not on a listed product anyway. I'm always happy to help make things work out for people. And just short. Rip. You're fine. I've been rubbish at Spheda this entire dungeon, so... If anything, you're at least making me feel better about the fact that I'm missing these shots, so really it works out. And once we're out of here, I'll drop off the stuff we picked up and see if we can actually make any good headway with the town. There's the rock. Time for another ill-advised launch. Fair enough. Or ordinarily I do better than that, but the physics in this are a little odd. So there's still adjustment happening. So I'll be honest, more often than not in a golf game, I do reckless shots that really should not work, but sometimes do. You can now make a stair block. I already went around the need for those, but good to know those exist. Generator, I need those. We learned the rest of the conditions for the second floor workshop. Resident in-house with chimney. Oh, that's the one I accidentally did. Oh, no, because we don't have anybody living in any houses yet, so I just accidentally put the right answer down because I put a random chimney I had laying around on one of the houses. Gundorado workshop restored. Workshop elevator restored, made clear. Work crane restored. Work arm restored. 100 culture points. I don't think that helped at all, actually. And yeah, that was the other requirement of third floor, was second floor. That just makes sense. So I just need to get somebody to move into a house with a chimney to get the elevator back, other than getting culture points. Okay, that won't be that bad to do. We need 30 more culture points, but don't worry about that part. I can only make one generator, huh? Oh, that's just a straight up, you can only make one generator. Suddenly that makes sense. See, this is supposed to be... Actually, no, it's geothermal, not steam power, so I suppose that makes sense. Just put it right there. How many culture points did that give? A whole 3. You've got this fancy power source, and you give me 3 points for it. I see you, game. I see what you're doing here. So anything not made out of stone or metal will burn when I put it here. So what do we even do to build culture points? We could try making some pottery, see if these work. They shouldn't burn. Even if they do, what will burning do to these? Just make them into a stronger pot? Haha. Probably not. That was also completely pointless. They gave me, like, no culture points for that. Okay, never mind. That will catch fire. The chimneys were at least worth something, so we can make a couple of those for the other houses. Iron lamps will be worth having. People need lights. I'm out of fire element now. I could start giving people iron fences, but let's be real, that's a little excessive. So on the note of excessive, I may have to start jamming more arms on random buildings. These buildings already look very silly. They could be more silly. More silly is always an option. Yeah, see, those 2 chimneys were worth 6 points, whereas all of the other stuff I put down was worth less than that. This is why the culture point system doesn't make sense. Like, I fully anticipate that these lanterns are gonna somehow be worth piles of points. I had, what, 43 before? Or did I have 41? If I had 41, I might be about to be upset again. Okay, those were worth 3 points each as well. Okay, that makes a degree of sense, I suppose. There's 12 more points for the 60 we need for the elevator. Once we have the elevator, then I can actually go up and down to the floors and actually go collect the items. That's why I'm working towards that. And let's see about moving one of our random compatriots into one of these houses. You go ahead and live here, Eric. You seem perfect for an engineering town. And since you're one of the engineers from the train. In fact, Borneo will live next to you. Unless we absolutely need somebody specific somewhere. We'll move those two into town here. Doesn't change the culture points, but it does get me the resident in-house with chimney that we need for the elevator. And judging from the fact that some of these other ones I think just lit up, I think we actually needed them in particular in here. I'm starting to figure out some of the logic, quote-unquote, that this operates under. I can't just throw around more lamps, unfortunately. We don't have any more fire. I could go buy fire. At the very least, I'm gonna have to go buy other things too, so... Technically, I could make that work. You know what these houses need? Chimneys coming out in other directions. Clearly. You need your top chimney and your side chimney. So you got your chimney for your heating fireplace, and then you got your chimney for your working fireplace, like your forge and such. There you go. There's your 60 points. Wait, 3 brick chimneys was 12 No, that makes sense, because that's 4 each. Yeah, no, that's reasonable. So now we've restored the workshop elevator. Back to the future. So we've made changes. Let's see about profiting from what we've done. Okay, looks like there's multiple elevators, so that's good. I don't have to run to a specific spot to get on the elevator. So get used to me running for a hot minute here, y'all. Anybody that didn't see me over here before, this place is big, and there's a lot of ground to cover to look for boxes where our health extensions and defense boosts will be. In fact, I see one right now. See that unassuming brown chest over there? That's what we need. That's what we're looking for. Pay to pie. Okay, there isn't one in the other corner. There's one right here, though. So we're gonna have to sweep this whole bottom floor as well. There's the health extension. But rather than getting right on the elevator, we're gonna wait, because I see another chest right there. I don't know how I'm doing this while spotting these things this time, but I am. Defense increase for Monica. I'm still so tempted to try the version of one of these that's in Archipelago, even though that would be such a nightmare. Is based on what I was seeing, it looks like all the Georama in Dark Cloud 1, for example, would be randomized into that. So every one of those orbs you open would be a check instead of the parts for the towns. So you'd be reliant on the other worlds in the archipelago probably to give you what you need to rebuild the towns to be able to make any progress. It would be so rough. Like, you'd be able to go through a dungeon and then wait. Go through a dungeon and then wait. It would be brutal. It would be fascinating, though, I think. The biggest problem there being it just would be a very long game to put into an archipelago. Ignoring the fact that, you know, people put things like Final Fantasy and Pokemon games into Archipelago as well, so long isn't really a huge issue. There we go. Now he has more defense than Monica, so we'll give... Actually, no, because Monica has a Witch Parfait waiting for her right here. So they have the same defense. Eeny, meeny, miny, that one. There you go. I have made a decision. So we'll probably find a Fruit of Eden up on one of the other floors. Now gotta run back to one of the elevators. I could have used the portal back over there, but it wouldn't have been that much faster, I don't think. What am I doing? I'm already where I want to be, mostly. Yeah, more about that at discount for the commissions, though. I ran a 50% commission discount into November. What I'm thinking is in a couple days here, I'll probably run another one like leading up to Christmas, and it'll probably be another 50% off one. So you can look forward to that, and that's also when I'll roll out the other commission type I was planning to put in there. Since we've got that new running animation one, and I kept hinting at doing the sprite commissions as well. Those will go up the same time I do the 50% off. I feel like that'll pair well. Hopefully get people to go for that by making it cheap for a while. And, you know, making it accessible for people is important, because people's money's gonna be tight at this time of year, so gives them options. The only issue with the Sprite Commission and why I haven't started putting it out quite yet is I don't have any examples for it. Aside from the one that had started the idea for me, so I either need to just scrounge some examples together, or just off the top of my head, or just kind of hope for the best a little bit. Yeah. We'll let Monica have more of the health. I feel like Monica's gonna be a little bit more important in the upcoming boss fights than Max for the moment. We shall see how that plays out, though. It's just a matter of time as far as the commissions go. And I know I kept talking about doing the voice commissions and such. I still have not figured out the way I want to handle that. And then, you know, the whole throat thing kind of threw a wrench into that for a bit, too. It's like, well, if I'm having a lot of sore throat issues, I don't really want to put that out and then have that interfere with hitting the right notes for that. So that really didn't work. Simple things can be a lot of fun, because you can sneak in just the right little bits of detail to make it pop really nicely. Looks like there wasn't anything else here. That makes sense, because we're still in the first like half of completion for this place. Like, I can already picture something simple, even just like a trash can shaking around, because you know something's rummaging around in there. Or it could be fun. Maybe have little bits of trash flying out of it. What is our percentage here right now? Yeah, 20%. We did 3 things here and it's only 20%, though there's a lot to get done in this place. There's no point in checking in with the 2 people we placed here because their shops are useless to us. Oh yeah, I wanted to go buy more spheres. That was the thing. Where do I want to go for that? We want to go to the future of Balance Valley because I'm pretty sure that's the place where all the gems are sold. Hold on the moment. The tool shop here. I may or may not have looked at a list of all the shops earlier. See, it works perfectly. It all fits together. And I think it would work at, like, tiny little emote size. Because it should be readable. That would be the hardest part of that, is making sure it's readable as what it is. Which reminds me, I need to add more items to the random chest opening I have. That hasn't seen any activity in a while, and I really just keep forgetting to add anything to it. There we go. That should be enough for those gems to last for a little bit. Yeah, it's the classic situation of ideas I have plenty of, time and energy I do not. And more often than not, I have the idea and it disappears before it gets to the screen. It's like, oh yeah, this is a great idea, I should write it down. Doesn't write it down. Where'd the idea go? Why is it gone? Why has it run away? Let's go to the Heimrata stop so I can save, and then we'll go into the dungeon again. In hindsight, I should have timed the shopping spree with the ad and run, but it's fine. Most of these dungeon floors are not that exciting, so you won't be missing that much if I do keep going. Yeah, exactly. Because the thing is, I used to have a very good memory. Or at the very least, I had a very good memory for certain things. And I think that's the problem, is the things I'm trying to remember aren't the right type of things for my memory to hold on to anymore. Even though they're arguably more important. The mind is a fickle bitch sometimes. Get away from me, meatball. Do not want. You are too spicy. Okay. Get some grenade launcher experience. You know, that was the other thing I went to the train stop for, is I was gonna get see if I could afford the extension for Steve. That was the thing. I knew there was a specific reason I went to the stop. But brain filled in, oh yeah, you just did that to save. That makes sense. And then, yeah, that was not it at all. There we go. Well, this is upsetting. I also forgot I was still on bike tires. Enjoy the camera getting very upset. Off the bike, please. That's why the bike's a problem. He can turn around, which is good, but the camera starts having a real hard time understanding what you want of it at that point. fun fact, the tracking on those grenade launcher shots, by the way, is so strong that those shots will actually on occasion do a full 180 and come back to hit an enemy. Like, these shots are ridiculous. I've had jumping enemies like the frogs jump over a shot and the shot just comes right back around and hits them anyway. Beautiful. I can trade blows like this all day, buddy. Something I'll probably do tonight. Theoretically, at the very least. Is see about scrapping together at least a example, and then I'll get the sprite commission up tomorrow as a viable option for people to buy. I don't know what I'll set the price for it at, though. That's the other problem. Because I feel like a lot of my pricing ends up being the same, and I don't know if that's a good thing or not. The reason why a lot of the pricing ends up being the same is a lot of it's similar effort to get done. Like, it takes a similar amount of time and a similar amount of work. So admittedly, I probably should actually be charging more for the animated one, because that is more work than the other options. Though, it is also still a your character here one, which reduces the amount of work it takes, so... And it balances out! In case y'all haven't figured out, pricing is one of the things that's the hardest for me. I genuinely don't know how to value my stuff very well. The joys of self-doubt. Combined with an incredibly varying market, so you can't really base even part of it off of what other people's pricing looks like. Because you also don't know what their workflow looks like. But it's very tricky. But of course, you know, that same self-confidence issue is also exactly why you don't see me doing art streams, to help further the commission line. Otherwise, that would be a perfect way of pushing that angle along. But my methods are so slapdash that I don't know if it would be anything people would want to see. Where's my poison cures? There they are. At least the regular mimics don't make you thirsty like the king mimics for some reason do. So admittedly, considering we're on the internet, I feel like there's a whole different kind of thirsty that those mimics probably somehow manage to make people feel. But that's neither here nor there. And no judgment on that one, by the way, but it's just still one of those things where it's like, yeah, you know, interesting choice. Thanks, Brain. I had that thought and it disappeared. That there was a very specific thing I was going to say, and it just vanished into the ether. That's the trade-off I've noticed, by the way. When I'm feeling energetic and I'm actually, like, able to have a lot of things running at once, I lose track of thoughts a lot more. Which I suppose makes a degree of sense. Because there's more things running simultaneously, so it's more likely for something to slip. Doesn't make it any less frustrating, though. It's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, and it's gone. Soul Breaker. I like the sound of that. See how that looks. Legend says it can smash any living creature's soul. Interesting. It gains sacrifice, and I don't know how to feel about that. Needs a spirit flyer and living armor to upgrade. Is it still a grenade launcher type? It is not. It's now a gun type. Sad days. No longer grenade launcher. It's a neat looking gun, though. Not sure how to feel about the way the hose is routed. I feel like there's a much better way that could be routed, but it's fine. Yeah, see, now it does no damage to Magmanovs. His fun fact for those out there, there are actually damage types associated with the types of guns. The lasers, the grenade launchers, and the regular guns all have separate damage types. In addition to the lightning and smash and everything. Yeah, sure, let's botch another game of golf, why don't we? I mean, clearly I want to use my Swan +1. Why would I not use the +1? Before we sit here and have my health bar beeping at me the entire time, no, let's fix that. There we go. Alright, so our goal is over there in the locked room that we haven't been to yet. Feeling a shot like this. This is either a great idea or a terrible idea. Let's find out which it is. Did that thing again where I pull for the ice too soon. Power shot. And that's what I was afraid of. Because if there's one thing the power shots are really good at doing, it's making every mechanic way more aggressive. So it made the curve more aggressive, the bounce more aggressive, and everything was a mess. I think without the power shot, this will work, though. Let's adjust it a little bit. Much better! Except it's coming way further back than it's supposed to. But at least now y'all can see the vision. You can see why I did that. Yes, yes, no, maybe, damn it. These pits are quite literally the pits. Very upsetting. Best shots get just demolished by them. Try lowering it and lowering the power a little bit so it hopefully won't careen into a pit as badly. Okay. It recovered. We're fine. We're less fine, though, because we only have 4 shots left, but shh, don't worry about that part. It'll be okay. Probably. Exactly. It gets my hopes up so much that it's like, what if we just dash those hopes, though? Just take my tiny little hammer in your glass jar of hope and just... There you go. Shards of hope all over the floor. Oh, that was way off, because I was too focused on the slice. Right down the hole. The The fact that I have to hold the stick at a specific time to do the slices and hooks and topspin and backspin is so upsetting. Sender. Wait. We've got a color match problem here, but we'll deal with that in a second. First, we loot the boxes. So when I go running screaming out of here when I botch this, I don't forget the chests. It's okay, I have a cunning scheme. No, not a power shot. No. Okay, you know what? That worked. I don't know how that worked. It had some kind of, like, gravitational field that time, but we'll take it. Because I don't know how it changed color in midair, either. Ooh. Thank you. We got an amethyst. I don't think we've had one of those yet in this game. Do they do the same thing they did in the other one? Attack, lightning, and smash. Well, I don't think that's quite what it did before, but that's good. Then again, there's not a magic stat in this one anymore. Sounds good. Take care of what you gotta do. I appreciate you hanging out. Probably gonna be here for a good while yet, because we're only 3 hours in. I'll probably go for like 6 hours. Yeah. I love the gremlin energy around here. Up, and away! Save the game, and then onward we go. Only items, that's not happening. Death Trap makes it sound so enticing to go to this floor. This sounds like just the best place. Man, we didn't even use the... Huh. I just realized we didn't even use the T-shaped rock we had in the previous floor. But it disappeared. Or did I use it and just didn't even process? Honestly, might have happened. Yeah, this gun's a little weak, huh? Everyone is weak against laser. This gun has had, like, no levels put on it. And it's only a 30 damage gun. This might not be a viable thing to level here. So it needs a lot to build up. Yeah, you know what? We're just going back to the question shooter. As nice as the Soul Breaker is, I'm not the biggest fan of just basic gun. Which is why I'm leaning against using that. The magic gun's just not going to be viable to train it here. Face the power of my laser gun. Pew pew. Get pewed. Oh, you are laser resistant, huh? Ironic that I just said nobody's resistant to laser, and here you are. Being a jerk, proving me wrong. That's why I'm kicking you while you're down. See, that guy, he's not laser resistant at all. There's this T-shaped stone we need, so let's quickly open that before I wander halfway across the map and don't feel like turning around at that point. The things I say from experience that just still cut myself so deep. Really shouldn't do that to myself. Not a good idea. And yet here we are, saying things like that anyway. Oh good, a bunch of glass. That was the strangest visual effect I just saw there, but you know what, it's fine. That's a king mimic. That's not okay. Nope, nope, 110% not okay. Also, you are still using the wrong legs. Please put the right legs on. Can I just say also that I'm glad we can just swap legs on the fly? I really thought I couldn't for a while there because the missile pods wouldn't fit. So I kept trying to put the missile pods on when I was in the dungeon and grinding. I'm like, I should be able to put this on. Why is it not working? Turned out I didn't have enough core space, but it didn't tell me that. He thought he fooled me, but I fooled him. Who's the fool that fooled the fool who foolishly fooled? And no, I'm not gonna try saying that 3 times fast, because I don't think I would manage it, even though I'm the one that made that sentence now. We have a couple keys left, I think. I just saw one. Sure did, my last key. Be worth it. We still never used the crystal brass sword I had already. But now I've got another one, I guess. Don't you gradually list away from my shots. It's rude. It's very embarrassing when you just slowly coast out of the way. I still haven't seen a heat fairy, so I can't reliably upgrade it past this yet. I should see if I can get the stats done, though. Exorcism is this. Let's see if 50's enough. If 50's enough, then this will be very easy to finish. If 50 is not enough. This thing's gonna be a nuisance. Let's use a bunch of this to see if 55 is enough. Technically, I could have gotten 55 with 2 of them, but I'm also trying to position it better. Nope, 55 ain't it either. Alright. Understood. Problem is, a lot of my gems have smash, and a lot of things I'm working with right now don't need smash, so I don't want to waste the 15 smash on this, for example. So, nothing I'm working with right now needs flame either. That's why I have so many flame crystals laying here. What an inventory we've got here. Got a ring that's sticking its tongue out at me, some crystals, something that drains souls, a machine gun, a katana, an evil sword, a sword made out of bones, just a basic gold bracelet, guns that claim to be magic, a bunch of golf clubs, and a hammer. What an array of things we have here. I just had to pause to acknowledge that for a second. Everything you need, I don't have that many of. Just give you a few power gems and just move on with our lives for the moment and just save those points. Since we need heat fairies for this thing, we can't finish it right now, because we need to find a heat fairy first. Which also means pouring more experience into it is probably a waste. Like, not a complete waste, but there are things that would be more useful to put those experience points into. What do you know? The path I'm going is completely pointless. Let's go this way instead. The benefits of the magic crystal. Knowing the way you're going is stupid. That did way less to him than I thought it would. Then again, the laser also has, like, no beast points, I don't think. I don't like fighting these guys in melee since they can just instantly hit you by charging. But it'll be okay. Did this need again? Oh, right, this was the other problem child. 60 beast enough? No, it won't be. It's gonna need 80. I already know the answer to my own question. So I need 23, which is gonna be 24. This is when I find out that that's way more than I actually needed. But this should guarantee it. Yeah, it just needs attack and scale, and since it's 2 attack away, I'm not gonna worry about the attack. Problem is, getting 80 scale is gonna be a nightmare. Consider, if you will, the fact that the only way of raising scale we have that's consistent right now is the same 3-point gems we've been using for other things. So, 20 of those make 60 points. So we need... 20 of those is 60. We need another 20 from there. And it's 27. We would end up with 81. So, yeah. That's 27 points worth of gems that this would need. And since it's only getting 4 points per level, you can see the problem. That's a lot of levels. So this, too, may be in a bit of a stuck situation. Unless I can find some gems or something that give a bunch of scale. The alternative being... that'll be part of my between sessions grinding where I focus on raising weapons up with scale aplenty on them to then Synth Sphere and pass it on to that. But I feel like that ends up costing a similar amount of gems at the end of the day. You're just deferring the cost to a different item. Also, I have no means of curing that slow without burning a Mighty Cure, so we're just gonna let Monica do work now. Because her weapons need levels too. Specifically, I would like to finish upgrading this antique sword before I forget what I'm trying to turn it into and go, ooh, I can turn it into the 7-branch sword, be sad. Because I remember the 7-branch sword from the first game, and that upgraded into some good stuff, so I'm confused why that guide I saw said it doesn't upgrade. So what we might do is I might save after this floor and check to make sure that that guide is accurate and that the 7-branch sword does dead end. Because what it might be is rather than it dead ending, the guide may have just not filled that information in. Because it was showing just a blank space with like the 2 dash that usually is like a not any space in most things that are just text. So maybe I'm making an assumption. And I want to verify that now that I've thought that through a little bit more. It's gonna mean loading the save if it ends up not working out, but, you know, that's fine. Not like it'll take that long. At this point, I'm getting that I need to know urge in my brain. I have plenty of times where my brain just won't let a specific thing go until I know the answer. And this seems to be like one of those times. Armband repair powder, I'm not going to worry about. The armband is full right now. In hindsight, I really should have spent some time training that up. Because it is stuck in this area. It is not usable here. Much like the monster forms are still not going to be up to snuff for dealing with things here either. The intent today was supposed to be a whole training arc to make those better enough to be able to do that, and that didn't work out. They didn't level fast enough. Because unfortunately, I couldn't really do Ocean Roar to level them without using other things to kill, and I wanted to get better at using the monster form. So I was trying to do both at the same time. So Balance Valley was not that bad for leveling, since you could clear the things quicker, and it was a target-rich environment in there.
Looks like we got them all.
Don't get warped to the Sphetosphere. I want to see what this coin gives me first. Eh? Fully restored health. You know what? That's fine. Would have been better if I had switched to max so I could have gotten rid of the slow, but it's okay. We'll leave the dungeon and that'll auto-cure it anyway. Two repair powder, I'm happy to see that. Oh wow, that's gotta be like a one-shot spot for the golf. There's no way that that's gonna have more than like a shot or two. It's a straight shot. There's no way. There's no way they'd be kind enough to give me more than a single shot on that. Does this cure slow? It does. I wanted to cure the, like, couple hit points he was missing anyway, so I figured I'd test that on the way by. So now I don't have to leave the dungeon. We're going to because I want to test the thing with the 7-branch sword anyway. But... Huh. Well then. Deal with that later. Spheta Club. Got a couple shots, so I should be able to make this work. Might even be possible to do this in one, but that would be surprising. I can't see it to tell whether I'm pointed at it well enough. The line looks okay, but we'll see. That's gonna be more than I wanted. Oh, that didn't bounce. Come on. Come off it. Well, let's see if we get lucky again. Goodbye, ball. Sometimes it's just that easy. Sometimes it's just that easy. Yep, that is exactly. Okay. This topaz, that does give 10 scale. That would remove the need for 3 of the points required and replace that with just 1. So that's useful. go ahead and do a thing right quick. This will just take a second, because I want to just check on something I saw. These caps should take a second because they make them really hard to look at sometimes. You're gonna make me do a whole thing here, huh? One moment, y'all. Sometimes these things ask for confirmation codes in the weirdest ways, I swear. Which I'd rather her accounts ask for her confirmation codes to make sure nobody messes around with them, but it's still shocking sometimes, the things they ask you for codes for. There we go. Saying that there's multiple new messages, but there isn't. Don't you love how everything just is kind of breaking more and more these days? I know I do. Anyway, back to what we're actually doing here right now. In hindsight, I probably should have went the lower path. Probably would have been faster. Well, I've already committed to this path. What did this need for its other option again? It just needs more scale, and I do have 10 points. So we can actually make this discussion irrelevant right now, probably. Because I would rather have the other weapon. But my curiosity is present and badgering me about the other option too. Yeah, because the other option is the Halloween blade. And we do have access to that other option now. So I tell you what, we're gonna save and we're gonna look at both of them. I think that's the best call I can make here, since we actually have access to both options. So buckle up for intense sword-changing action. Let me go ahead and use this save point. Just because otherwise it'll mean I have to back out of the dungeon menu again to swap the swords around and everything. So, 7 branch sword. Yeah, no, it doesn't build up. They weren't kidding. So let me quickly reboot the game. This will take a second. The longest part, admittedly, being getting past the Sony of America and everything menus. Okay, so I made the right call, finishing working it up to be able to be the Halloween blade, as it turns out. Wing. Cute sword with the Halloween pumpkin design. You know, this could have gone one of two ways. This is the funnier way. Oh wow, it just needs some flame and some lightning, but it needs Arthur and Rolling Rocks, neither of which we've seen. Okay. So this sword is unfortunately still dead-ended. But less dead-ended than it could have been. Let's see if 100's enough to finish the lightning. I'm gonna assume not, but I figured I may as well spend its points. Nope, 100's not enough. Okay, we'll put this aside and deal with it later. We'll switch to working the Tsukikage up. Which builds up using... That's the same weapon game. Why have you done this to me? Oh, but we need Sleevers and Flaming Nails for this. This is why I left this one by the wayside, too. These are more enemies we don't have available to us yet. I don't know if we won't have them available till later, or, like, when those become available. Flaming Nails sounds like it'd be something we'd find here, but I don't know that for sure yet. Okay. So that leaves us with a little bit of a dead end for Monica at the moment, in terms of being able to transform her weapons. Like, her armlet still can upgrade, but it needs help to be able to upgrade. So I guess we are going to be focusing on Max for the rest of this dungeon, probably. Because even this, even though it's stronger than the other one, isn't stronger enough to reliably deal damage, I don't think, in this dungeon. And these are obviously weaker, so they're not going to help at all. I'm just going to sell these anyway, so you know what? Let's see how bad the Unstable Synth Sphere for one of these actually is. 3 points. It gives a whole 4 lightning and costs 3 points. Just get out of here. I ain't spending 3 points for less lightning than the gems would give me. That was a waste, but I needed to know. I needed to do science. And unfortunately, sometimes science is disappointing. You know, if I really don't want to use the Digihammer because it's a hammer instead of a wrench, I could always do the same thing I did with the Claymore. Get it to level 5 and then convert it down and into a Synth Sphere. The problem is, a lot of the stats it would be handing over aren't going to be the stats that the things I'm going to be giving it to are going to need for the most part, because it's like all smash, chill, and attack. Which are useful stats, but not necessarily the ones most of the things we're working with right now need. So it's a little bit of an awkward situation there. Still have this fish that I cooked. I think it heals. I've never really worried about using the cooked fish in this game for anything. So what I think we're gonna do to solve the armband problem, though, is we'll just have the ride pod do some blasting and just swap to Monica like we've done before. That should solve that well enough. While we're here, we may as well look at our geostones. Iron Chimney 2, generator placed has been made clear. Resident in house with crane has been made clear. So I was right about that. Resident in house with arm made clear. So there needs to be residents in all of the limb places. And I do actually need to place pots. The random pots I placed were actually a correct answer. Incredible. Yeah, so the work arm and the work crane both need to be restored. But there's already a resident in houses with both the things that are needed for that. We can get the arm back by placing a bunch of pots right now, because I think I have what I need to make enough pots for that. I just need to make 10 pots. Well, 8 rather, because I already have 2 of them. And we can make 8 pots, so we can get that done. We'll just throw pots around random places. These totally aren't gonna get in my way at some point and make me angry at all or anything. Just make a tripping hazard for myself across the entire town. I don't know what the last thing for the work crane is. But I assume it's probably work arm and work crane for the workshop? No, because one of these was done already. Mystery of mysteries. Still, we've changed the future, so let's go back to the future and see exactly what we can get from having replaced the arm. I feel like that one's not going to have too much of a pivotal change to the actual future, but it might spawn a box. That's going to be the important part. I don't even see the arm. Oh, there it is. It's up there. Oh, those look like they can be walked on, so there might be boxes on the arms themselves. Let's keep an eye out down here just in case they spawned the boxes down here for reasons. Oh, and I tested it when I had to do the race to get Blinkhorn, by the way. 99.9% sure that Monica and Max run at the same speed. Her animation just makes her look like she's moving slightly faster. I think it's just a slightly more active animation, so it looks faster. There's a box over here. The Fruit of Eden. Okay, I can use that to equalize their health, so that's good. Rather more defense, I think, but I'll take whatever the game's willing to give me, you know? Okay, looks like there was nothing else up here. And no, those limbs aren't on the right floor, so they're not walkable. Oh, they might be walkable, but they're not reachable, I think is the more accurate statement to make there. Which, what are you trying to tell me about? Oh. More gift subs expiring, thanks. I clearly needed to know about that. They really do poke you about gift subs being given to you and expiring soon and expiring. They really push hard to try to get people to renew those. And if I had money, I would. But what do you know, Twitch? I don't have money. Maybe if the discoverability here was better, I might have more money. What a concept. It's looking like that one chest might have been all we got out of returning the arms. Which makes sense. We only added one thing to the world, so one more box appearing makes sense. But I just don't want to miss any more items, because I'm still pretty confident we lost one defense item for Max along the way. Despite how particular I was being about it in all the other areas. So I did get a little bit lazy in the last area, admittedly. I just got tired of running around the giant area that it was. Which I can already see happening here, too, because this place is huge with not a lot going on. It's really cool, but it's empty. Like, I know that that's the point, and that we're supposed to be rebuilding it and putting things back into it. But it's hard to compel myself to go searching around for chests in an area that is just a giant ring of nothing, you know? That's where the two parts of this kind of counter each other a little bit. When you were running around the town and collecting the boxes, it made a little bit more sense and was a little bit more easy to work with, especially since you could also just kind of edit mode fly around and go faster, rather than being forced to just go at regular walking speed everywhere. Which that's the downside to these all being in the future zones, is you can't edit mode around. Though, considering they're also using the more bland brown boxes instead of the red boxes that were easy to spot from a distance, good luck finding them from the air anyway, I guess. We'll just finish the circuit around here and make sure that we're not missing anything, and then we're back to the dungeon, I think. Aha! I knew I was right to look around. So that puts Monica ahead of Max once again in defense. Continuing the thought that I'm operating under, that yes, I did miss an item. But on the bright side, they do still have the same amount of health. And honestly, it would make a degree of sense for Monica to have more defense than Max anyway, since she's actually had some training, as far as we could tell. Whereas Max is just a kid who invents things occasionally, and was just working in a workshop. So considering the jumping around he was doing during the whole clown chase, maybe he's got more going on than one would think anyway. Like, he's clearly more athletic than he would seem. Look at all this space, and how I'm not going to use like 90% of it because there's no reason to. I mean, aesthetically, I could, like, spread the town out more and make it look better, but got places to be, people to see. Oh, wow, it is already almost 6 o'clock. I just took one look out the window and realized it was complete dark out there. I'm like, oh, yeah, right. It is that late already. Today's sessions has been just kind of flying by, which is great. That's what you want. But my brain's hitting that point where it's just distracted enough that it notices it now. So it's probably not going to be going nearly as quick, even though we're still having the same amount of fun. The Thorn Armlet's going to be a little bit of an issue as far as actually gaining a level goes. But I think it'll still work. Or black paint. Could I get some red paint so I can make the bucket thing, so I can prove out whether that is enough, please? I don't really want to have to go find Parn wherever I dropped him off. I think he's in Balance Valley. Pretty sure he's in Balance Valley. See, this is what I mean about my memory. I remember where I put these people, even though most of them do not matter after they're placed. Like, it was Parn and Ferdinand, Blinkhorn for Balance Valley, Donnie and Claire for Venezio, Mylene, Adele, and... Oh, I'm blanking on the name of the other one that we put there, which kind of puts the lie to my statement. And I didn't mention where Stuart went. I think Stuart ended up in Balance Valley as well. Because I remember picking up the shoes after Sindane, and Sindane was 100% completed by the time we had the shoes. We technically got Stuart at the same time we got Mylene. Just picked something up, and I wanted to look at it in the inventory, and now I've already forgotten what it was because I was too busy thinking about what I was just talking about. Well, you know what? If it matters, I'll think of it again later. Rip. That's fine. We're not using Monica's health right now. Oh yeah, I think it was the fact that the Tsukikage gained a level, and then I second-guessed about doing anything with it because it's not going anywhere right now anyway. That's what happened. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right, by the way. I'm just making the best approximation I can. Is that, I believe, is actually, well, not necessarily a real sword, but a mythological sword, I do believe. So I've heard that name before, or in multiple other contexts. But it may also just be a combination of two, like, common words that people would use to describe a fancy weapon, too, for all I know. I do not know anything about that language. Like, I know what a couple words mean, but I don't even know if I know for a fact that that's what those mean, or if I've just been told the wrong answers, either. It's astounding how little I know about language for somebody who was interested in learning to be a translator and such. Which once upon a time. Just goes to show, if you don't actually use it, it goes away real well. I feel like there was supposed to be a follow-up email there. Oh well. Things I will worry about after stream, is it won't matter anyway. And before anybody asks, no, it's nothing bad. No, it's nothing stream related, so it's nothing that'll be of interest to anybody. I'm just muttering about it to myself because I'm filling air. Or for the most part, really. Great. The already damaged wrench now has even less health. That's clearly what I needed. Thanks, Devil. Not that the Devil ever is meant to be helpful to begin with, but, you know. He could have done less annoying things. Actually, thinking about it, I'm not sure if he could have done anything less annoying. Is having Max's health would have been annoying. That's about the only other devil result we've seen. I don't think we've actually seen that many devil results, because I usually manage to land it on the angel. Or it lands on the devil and flips to the angel for some reason. Nothing in any of those. See, it's things like that that make me stop bothering to throw those, but as soon as I stop bothering to throw those, I start running out of resources. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't, really. And there's a healing fountain to fix the damage Monica took. And her health got halved. Pretty sure you auto-heal when you leave anyway, but, you know. It's there and it's free, why not? There we go, now we know where the enemies are. Otherwise known as not that way. We may as well run most of the way with Max, just so, A, we don't hear the noise of the steps, and so we don't burn fuel. Just really just setting our fuel on fire constantly. Which is admittedly what you're supposed to do with fuel, depending on how you think about that, but that's neither here nor there. Oh, completely unrelated information and probably pointless. But there's supposed to be a bit of nasty winter weather tonight. Potentially while I'm still alive. So if I ever suddenly just cut, it's probably because the winter storm knocked out power. Be it either specifically here or down at the power station or something. So just be advised that that is a concept that exists. I don't fancy it being a likely concept right now because it hasn't even started snowing or anything. But it is a thing that could happen at any point. Meant to get both of those for Monica, but it's fine. Boy, Bomberman. You're in the wrong franchise. Shoot. I was about to reflect that, and I was like, wait, no, that won't get the experience on the thing I needed to go on to. No, 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 no. I'm trying to pick up experience here, game. Stop it.
Looks like we got them all.
Also, could you spawn more monsters, please? Damn it, it wasn't enough. I knew it was gonna be close. A whole floor of doing that, and all because I missed one enemy is not, it's not gonna be enough. Rip. Okay, so we've got 5 shots from here. So I guess the play would be to take it over there, and then go to the hole. That makes the most sense to me at the moment. The game, however, thinks I need to just hit it into a wall, apparently, so, you know, thanks for that. You know what? Bravery! Apparently I'm allowed to hit it in there? Where? Game? There it is. I mean, I'm all for play the ball where it lies, but this is silly. Let's just try to get it up out of here, shall we? There we go. Still less shots than it would have taken if I had reset that, I think. Oh no. Wait, actually? Perfect. I'm always so nervous when those nice shots happen. Which is the opposite of what should happen when something like that happens. Perfect. And unfortunately, anyone not subscribed got cut out of seeing the end of that, I think, because the ad popped up right as we made that last shot. Level up powder. Problem solver. So as soon as we get that last little bit for the Thorn Armband, I think we might use that power-up powder on it. I got 2 of them. There's 2 of them. It gives me ideas. Mostly good ideas. Mostly. Using only Max's gun. Not likely to happen. But one of the 2 things I might use a power powder on is going to be machine gun. That was part of the thing I was thinking about. Pains in the neck. What are we dealing with? Vampires? I could believe that. So if we're leveling via ride pod, I can just level the machine gun with the ride pod. Not at the very least to get it a couple levels. What is if we find any enemies? There we go. I was like, there's gotta be somebody around here, right? First and foremost, let's finish getting that at Thorn Armband level. There we go. What was the situation with this that was such an issue again? Because I know it was an issue. Okay, no, it just needs more chill. Just gotta be more chill. Yeah. The only reason it was an issue is we ran out of them before. Let's see if 60 is enough. Exactly as expected. And it becomes the Pockle Cull that we already have. Welp! But this will be a better Pockle Cull because it'll have no downside and 2 upsides. Is this... Pulling back the curtain for a moment here. Remember when I said that I didn't remember any other items from the list? The Pockle Cull was the other one I did remember. But I didn't expect it to come up. I actually thought I was on the wrong path for the Pockle Cull, so I just was like, you know what, we'll just not worry about that, it's fine. Okay, no matter how I look at this, this involves something that I don't have any of on this. We have a lot of flame, though, so I think we'll go this way. So we are lacking for exorcism options at the moment, too. Beast. Do we have a lot of points for Beast right now? Not a lot, we have 7. I don't think any of these had Beast, did they? No, that's the only one that has Beast. Wait, no, amethyst? Nope. So this is a stronger Pockle Coal now. His attack is slightly higher. The elemental effects, I think, are basically the same. The main thing it's got advantage-wise is the fact that it's got ABS up. You know, in hindsight, I should have put the evil size back on while I was leveling with the ride pod. This way, it actually would have gained some levels. That was the other thing I was thinking about using the power powder for, by the way, which was pushing the levels on this up. It has 10 points. Oh, right, it's just a mess as far as what it needs, though. That's why that didn't happen yet. And I was 90% sure that it wasn't going to be able to get enough smash anytime fast. Technically, there's a way to fix that, but it would be to use the hammer, and I don't really want to do that. Either way, at least the Thorn Armband has become something else. We did the thing. I was half expecting that to be a Mimic, because that would have also fit into pains in the neck. There's a tree. I don't know if that's what they're talking about with the map name. Get me the Geostone, then we'll deal with the tree. Could honestly be funny to level up the second Swan Spheda Club we have, and then since Sphere that. I don't know how useful that would be. It would be funny. Like, that's definitely very much a case of, I don't know if this would be at all useful. But what if, though? What if we made a weapon stronger by infusing it with a golf club? Just think of the concept. Like, the very idea of it's so absurd, but it's glorious in its absurdity. Doing that thing again where I'm letting him walk too much and making noise. That's the ultimate downside to the foreleg, is just... At least it's got mobility. Without being a nightmare to turn. Okay, there's one machine gun level. You need a lot. But I think just in the interest of making this thing able to level on its own, it might be a good idea just to give it 6 Synth Spheres of attack. Yeah, 48's not even enough for that. Yikes. We'll see if that actually makes it do damage at all. All the things in here. Depending on what the next thing we see. Yeah. It's doing damage, technically. It was doing a whole 1 damage. That legally qualifies as dealing damage. Nice, we got a ride pod fuel refund, so that's good. And more lightning gems, we do need those. More mimics, we don't need those. Running out of lasers, we also don't need that. It's interesting how the ride pod arms only get half power from the repair powders. Even though their durability bar is on par. I mean, I get that it's a larger thing it's repairing. But just the math doesn't entirely make sense. Emergency banana has been acquired. If you're wondering why is it the emergency banana, it's because that banana is really only going to get used in an emergency since it makes you have the thirst effect and waste water. Which is the opposite of what you should be doing on purpose. Which that goes for life too, don't waste water. Very unhelpful if you waste water. Both to yourself and to everyone around you. I fully acknowledge that people are going to do that regardless of what I say, but you know what? At least I said it. Go ahead and try to raise that flame up and see if flame gets completed. 52. I'm gonna go with a no probably, but I might be wrong. I am not wrong. Sad days are here again. I get the feeling that this gun's gonna take a lot to upgrade. And I'm saying that on the basis of it probably is an upgrade from another gun already. Specifically, it probably is an upgrade from the Wildcat, if I were to hazard a guess. I may buy a Wildcat just to compare stats and see which one's stronger. Oh, why would I buy it? I can make it. But that takes resources that are being used for other things, and the Wildcat's not that expensive. We'll figure it out. I will make a decision, theoretically, at some point, potentially, perhaps. It's a shame I can't heal the ride pod with the healing fountain. You hurt, Monica? No, not really. I tried. Kind of want to let the ride pod stay in caution a bit longer, though, just so I don't have to burn fuel when it has a quarter of its tank available. It seems like a waste. I say having refueled at higher amounts before, but shh. Don't worry about that part. Okay. Just one target left on this floor at all. And if you're thinking I was saying that on purpose to try to bait that to be a mimic, you were right. I actually was trying to bait that into existence to get more experience on this floor. It didn't work. Oh, there's the magma rock. Hey, what do you know? I was right. There are more mimics here, though, because one of those two chests over there is definitely a mimic. Or both. I had to think about that for a second, but they could both be mimics. There's always a chance. So remember, your chance of getting your hand bit off by a mimic is low, but it's never zero. Oh, never mind. Now it is a 0% chance.
Alright. That takes care of you guys.
At least on this floor. Do not want to warp to the sphere. I want to open my box first. Also, this is going to be miserable. I have to go around the whole course here. They better give me lots of shots to try to make this with. I do admittedly kind of regret refusing the warp now. Oh well. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Max is running along. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Max is running along. Do-do-do-do-do. As well check my email while I'm running along, cause I got nowhere to be until I get to the ball. Do-do-do-do. Got no email to check. Don't know what to do. Yeah, trying to get up onto this ledge and around the corner without taking a lot of extra shots. Oh wait, no, we're already on the ledge. So that's one positive. 12 shots? I wanted to make sure I was reading that right before I said that. Alright, maybe it's possible then. I've got a really bad idea. But it's gonna rely on a power shot happening. Fucked it. Yep, that's kind of what I figured was gonna happen if it didn't happen. The idea was for it to power shot and get the more aggressive curve and go right around that corner. We could still make it happen. Let's try something really stupid. Screwed up. God damn it. There we go. Oh, there's the power shot. Not when I wanted it anymore. So I learned something here today. I learned I can clip the ball out of bounds. Because turns out the walls of this area only go so high. Which gives me ideas. That was the power shot I wanted, just not on the shot I wanted it on. Let's see if we can replicate that result, shall we? Except the bounce was still exactly the opposite of what I wanted, so it actually is still worse. Great. The power shot never gives you what you want. Power shot is the opposite of helpful. Don't you do it. Thank you. I was expecting that to go rolling off, and I was going to be upset. So remember, one of the key components of golf is talking to the ball. Let the ball know who's in charge. If the ball smells fear, you will lose it into the ether very easily. Like that. As soon as the power shot hit, the fear came in and the ball took advantage. You do it. Sometimes you have to let the ball know what not to do. Playing just an honest game of golf here. No shenanigans for a little bit here. Gonna have to have some shenanigans here, though, I think. Well, maybe. Nope. Yes. Maybe. Aha! Told you I was gonna need shenanigans. Speaking of shenanigans, with 4 shots left, this is gonna be rough. I think it's time for us to try to cut corners again. And the power shot ruined it again. If that wasn't a power shot, that would have landed clean. Instead, it ruined everything. Now that I saw the lay of the land over there a little bit more, though, I have an idea. A little bit of a curve. Why is it always more of a curve than I want? Why can I never get exactly what I'm aiming to do to happen? Oh, Cinderbud. when it doesn't matter, it of course just somehow works. If you're wondering about the silence there, by the way, I was just staring at the ball, trying to understand what just happened. I mean, at that point, you know what? Try stupid. Unbelievable. If I had one more shot left, we actually would have been good. I think that's the mistake I'm making. I think I'm trying to be too smart. I think I'm actually trying too hard. And by trying to make sense of it, I'm making it harder than it needs to be. So if I just send it, it works. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with that information. It upsets my brain. Don't really have any reason to leave the dungeon yet. Especially with how many places we have left to go and the fact that we're like 4.5 hours in now. I would like to be able to finish this dungeon today. And I think we'll be able to. Uh-oh. Hold that thought. I have a bad feeling about this room. Yeah, you ever walk in a room and you just have every instinct scream at you that you're gonna be in trouble? That's the feeling I'm getting walking into this room. These big empty rooms are not empty rooms. That's never the case. Hey there, Cherry. So far, so good. How about you? I was just explaining the fact that big empty rooms are very rarely ever actually big empty rooms. Fire Squall. Oh, so this is the source of the problem. See. I think I took a picture of that because I'm assuming our goal is to destroy this. We have to find something that can destroy this. Nice. I understand that it can always be upsetting to have to wait for food, but at least it sounds like it'll be good once it's done. Yeah, they're both good games. It was a great time going back through 1, and I'm having a blast getting back through 2, even if occasionally I question the decisions that come about in here. Thinking I'm gonna have to leave in order to go get a bomb. Because this seems like something I'm gonna need somebody to make a bomb for me to deal with. Considering we're working on a manufacturer of weapons, it makes sense that we would need to go to the future to solve this. I was just expecting a spot like this to be further in, not like 4 more areas before we get to the boss. Unless maybe this is the boss and there's just like an extra bit after. Who knows? To the skies. Hardened mud pile. Borneo resides in Heimrata. I was right to put him here. Work crane and arm restored. Windmill placed. So the windmill won't burn? Parts shop restored. Windmill really seems like it would catch on fire here. Unless I'm supposed to save that for after I solve the cinders falling from the sky situation. No, because I need the windmill for the work arm, and I assume I need the Gundorata workshop probably to get the bomb. That would make sense. Considering so many other things rely on the fire squall being destroyed. Well, we'll just make and place a windmill and hope it doesn't burn to the ground before we get what we need out of it. So I feel like at the very least the windmill blades should catch fire and be destroyed like that wooden house I put down did. There's been a change in the future. Maybe something will happen. Let's just verify what's happened. Yep, workshop restored. And we fulfilled a part of the part shop too while we were at it. Let's see, the time travel thing is back over here somewhere, wasn't it? Nope, I've lost track of where I am. Nope. There it is. I do actually kind of like all the cinders falling from the sky here constantly, though. I enjoy that. It lends a nice atmosphere to the place that's not the same as everywhere else.
So this is the Great Workshop.
Yes, Gundorada Workshop. The name is taken from Mount Gundor and the village below it, Heimrada.
That makes sense.
Pasnos, the mobile stronghold of our rebel army, was once built here.
And will be again.
Wow, that's something.
Let's go to the second floor.
Yeah, okay.
Not sure why the second floor in particular, but sure, we'll go with it. We'll also scope around for boxes again since the place has changed some more. Oh, on the note of Dark Cloud 1, for anybody that missed that playthrough, it is all on the VOD channel, which you'll find through the link tree, if you are so inclined. It's all in a convenient playlist and everything. It will take a while to get through because it was a long playthrough, obviously, since it's not a short game by any means. But it exists. Get a load of this guy.
Who are you?
And you must be Garrick, the plant manager. I'm Monica.
I'm Maximilian. Nice to meet you.
The origin point of this workshop was erased. We're in the middle of trying to bring it back.
That must be a hell of a thing to just drop on people.
So that's what happened, is it? Everything changed so suddenly, I had no idea what was going on. So do you think you'll be able to restore the workshop?
We've done a fine job so far, I'd say.
Well, there's a problem. They're trying to put a stop to our building by raining embers down on Heimrada.
Raining embers? That's probably the fire squall.
The fire squall?
Yes, in the beginning they tried to destroy the workshop directly using that device.
Ah yes, let's burn down the place made out of metal and stone by just raining little embers on it. That'll work great.
The workshop itself?
The fire squall is a terrifying device that takes energy from the volcano and turns it into a boiling hot rain that burns up man-made things. We were able to protect the workshop by destroying the device in the volcano's crater.
I guess their scheme failed, so they decided to set up the fire squall in the past and prevent the workshop from ever existing.
Yeah, I guess that's what happened.
Less resistance that way, it makes sense.
So we have to take out the fire squall in the past as well, right?
That's right. I think the device is probably near the crater at the top of the volcano.
Good news, we already found it.
Use this.
Thank you. That looks exactly like my regular bomb with a clock stuck on it, but you know what? Sure, we'll go with it. It'll work great.
Use it to blow up the fire squall. Make sure they don't find it before it goes off.
Okay, I got you. Thanks, Garrick.
See you. Good luck.
So what I'm hearing is I'm gonna have to run a distraction until that blows. I'm sure nothing bad will happen from that. I feel like maybe he should have warned me about the blast radius of this thing a little bit or something too, perhaps. But, you know, it'll be fine. We know what we're doing, right? Right? No, we don't. We're just gonna pop up to the 3rd floor to check for boxes, and then we'll check the other half of the bottom floor again, and then we'll be on our way to go blow up the fire squall. I do enjoy blowing things up, so I'm obviously eager to go be about our business here. And I do think this place will be useful to us once it's done being rebuilt. But the fact that it only mentions a parts shop makes me wonder. Because that might mean that it only gives me ride pod upgrades. And the ride pod's doing pretty good right now. But this is also, you know, a workshop, not necessarily a munitions plant like I was implying it was before. I think I see a box just in the middle of the ground there. There. Another Fruit of Eden. Alright. Got a lot of ground to cover, though, so, you know. If y'all need to do anything else, I highly recommend doing it while I run around this place again. You're not really gonna miss much. I guess all the equipment and such is actually, like, inside each of these rooms here. Which is why it doesn't really look like much is happening here. And then the giant arms and such are for larger projects. That would make the most sense. It's also easier to protect your projects when they're in a building instead of out in this giant circle. Not to mention, you know, it's above a hole that leads down to the volcano, so if you screw up and drop your project, oops, into the volcano it goes. Oh no, angry volcano god destroys your workshop. Almost done with our little loop around here. Not a whole lot going on. Slightly disappointed that all we got was one Fruit of Eden. But with the defense disparity between the two, we'll go ahead and give Max the Fruit of Eden so he has a little bit more health to accommodate the fact that he has slightly less defense. Now, it's bombing time. Might be a mistake going straight there instead of saving, but you know what? It'll be fine. Ignore the fact that there's a very obvious picture of an airship there. I'm sure it'll be fine. Everything's gonna go great. Probably.
That's it!
So that's what's causing our fiery rain problem. Let's hurry up and destroy it.
All right!
I assume when we saw their airship earlier, they were dropping off the fire squall. Or checking on it. One of the two. Because they couldn't... Actually, yeah, no. They would have had to have been maintaining it or checking on it. Because for it to have destroyed the workshop before we got there, it would have to have been there for a while. Go, time bomb.
Right. It's set. Get clear.
Oh, wow, we're just gonna get to blow that up uncontested, huh? Okay. Kinda figured they'd try to stop us. Yeah, that thing's a wreck now.
Oh, yeah! It worked!
That should stop the fire rain problem.
They could just fix it, though. There's the airship. They're very upset about us having blown that up, probably. Flying battleship, Death Arc. Hi, we're interfering with your plans, Ken.
Show up. Gaspard!
So, you wiped out the fire squall. Repugnant little devils.
That's
Now
us.
It's time for you to die.
That worked out great for you before. Oh, you know, that might work a bit better, though. Actually shooting the cannons and such at us, that might actually work better.
He's attacking!
I mean, why wouldn't he? He has an airship and we are on foot.
My magic won't reach at this distance. Max, use your ride pod.
Good thing we have a lot of fuel. And a laser cannon.
I'll wait for my chance and try to get on the ship.
Okay, let's do it.
This totally isn't going to be dangerous at all or anything. So it's going to be another split character fight here. Though, hang on, it's nice and close. Let's get a picture before we fight this thing. Ack! Ack! There we go. I wanted a picture of the cool battleship. It's a terrible picture, but you know what? I got the picture. Pew, pew, pew. It's a good thing I raised the ride pod's defense a lot before this, because, oh boy, this hurts. Seems like I might need more ride pod defense than this, still. It's either that or a much more mobile ride pod. Of course, it's got the same problem the first game did of the explosions last kind of long. This might have been a good fight for the missile launcher, honestly. Though it's better for multiple targets, according to what it says, so maybe not. Seems like, though, as long as we just keep strafing, we're mostly okay. The only issue being when we have to turn around, because we're running out of room. We're almost there. Especially when they just kind of present the tail of the vessel to me where there's no weapons attacking me. It's a great bit of strategic planning on their part. Whoever their pilot is gets a gold star for today. There we go. Job's a good one.
Damn you, you little brats.
I mean, you're the one who's losing to a pair of kids when you have a giant airship that's fully armed.
Just how did you?
Well, you were basically on the ground.
Gaspard, you won't slither away from me this time.
I don't know, he's doing a great job of dodging. You left yourself open.
There's plenty more where that came from, girl. What? We're falling.
Yeah, it'll do that.
They're falling!
We should probably do something about that, eh, Max? That seems like a good idea. On the bright side, probably better that the airship fell then when she was in a disadvantageous position and probably about to get into even more trouble. Is this... Nope, this doesn't seem to have a picture anymore. Okay. Very good. Suppose I should, you know, get after her, huh? That might be a good idea. How exactly do I get down from here? like there's a cave or something across the way there. Maybe that's the way down. Yeah, it looks like there's a really long winding path over here. I'm sure nothing's gonna happen in the time it'll take for me to run all the way over here. There's a sign. Maybe this will tell me something. It's just narrow. Okay. But I was right about the cave. I can see a little bit of red coming out of it. Ah! Oh. Does that mean I have to go through the rest of this with just Max? Oh, Max and the ride pod? I guess so. Yep, can't switch to Monica. Good thing I had fuel and repairs left after the ride pod fight, then. Would have been really awkward. Does mean I don't particularly want to leave here till we clean this up. Because it'll be really awkward trying to level any equipment for Monica when, you know, we don't have her. We can, however, go back to working on the weapons we were working on. And I know this was supposed to be a ride pod floor, but I'm not worrying about that right now. The goal here is just to get through fast. Oh, there's the Alexander I needed for one of our weapons, but I think the Alexander was needed... Oh, wait, no, it was Arthur, not Alexander. Never mind. Wrong historic / mythological character. White wind vase. I don't know what that is. Aside from my white wind vase, what do you do? Vase that holds the magical power of the wind. That... It must be a special item for this area. It's probably the means of exiting this section. Interesting that it changed part way through the dungeon. No, I wanted to repair. Golem versus Golem. Mine's better. Though I suppose mine is better by default, considering it has lasers. Is that cheating? You know, nobody ever said golems had to attack with elements or punches. Definition of golem is kind of vague anyway. It's usually just defined as like magical construct, usually made out of stone or otherwise inanimate material. Well, then animated to be, you know, alive. So... Sure, mine's a technological construct, but... close it. And honestly, that fuel is practically magic. Considering we just keep finding it all over the place and not even making it. See, we just found more ride pod fuel just in a rock. How did Steve manage to accrue 3,000 experience despite me siphoning off so much of his experience? I didn't spend that long getting him more. How did a bat manage to be the thing that survived the most hits? Mostly because it didn't get hit, but, you know. Honestly, the best strategy for surviving and getting hit is to not get hit, so... Really, he's the winner here, if you think about it. I do kind of want to test to see if the machine gun can do any real damage to the bats. I feel like it won't. But there's one right now, so, you know, let's test it. No, it does okay. Ow. We did it. We found something the machine gun can hurt. Joyous day. Oh, less joyous day. That's not quite a... Well, I guess it qualifies under some definitions of Chimera. In that it's a mix of creatures. It's just not the more specific definition of Chimera. Now we got some rope. And I presume the rope is actually how I'm supposed to go place to place, considering that's how we got here, was on a rope. So I know the vase is probably how you get into that secondary area over there. Probably replaces the T-shaped rock. You could just jump across this. You've clearly jumped better than this before, Max. But sure, we'll use a fancy vase to get rid of the lava, I guess. Also accomplished nothing, because there's nothing in this room. But I wanted just to find out how that worked. And I did notice the enemy that's all the way back up in the other part, by the way, in case anybody's like, I wonder if he noticed. I definitely did. Just no real reason to turn around and get him when I need to go back that way anyway. It's just as well that I was planning on training up Max's gun, and at this point anyway. So, good luck getting this one done, boy. It does need Flame and Smash, though, so I can use those rubies finally. In fact, you know what? I'm excited enough about it being able to use them that I'm giving it both of them. Yeah, it maxes out at 60, so I wasted a lot, actually. I should have only used one. But I clicked too fast for my own good there. Well... This is why I can't have nice things. I'm very good at setting my nice things on fire. This has Cyclone and Scale, so this will work. We're just using all of the gems now, apparently. Just throwing them all away. It's that classic situation of I hold on to them, I hold on to them, I hold on to them, then I get tired of holding on to them, so I just slam them all into things. Oh, I did have 5 points left. I'm a fool again. Maybe 52 Cyclone will be enough, and I'll be able to save that extra point and look like I know what I'm doing. Damn it. Yeah, if I had considered that 60 was going to be the max for those things, I absolutely would never have even turned those two rubies into spheres. Okay, 55 is what I need. So getting that scale done is going to be a little rough. A little bit rough. I think that was the only gem I had that gave scale, other than the diamond, which is only going to get 5. Mildly problematic. But that did make the gun a lot better, so hopefully it can actually do something now? Let's doing a bit better against the bat. Doesn't do anything against the Chimera, though. Ooh, glad I preemptively moved there. That would have been painful, I think. Especially with a nice large target like the Ride Pod, that would have been devastating. What's the over-under on this being a Mimic, we think? You good? Never mind, it's not a Mimic. I also don't have any keys left, so I don't know why I thought that. It was a poison trap. That's fine. Stamina drink. You know what? That's worth getting poisoned for. Because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, actually, no. I know for a fact stamina drink is one of the things I'm not going to be able to make. Is it relied on getting a picture of King Martin, which I don't think we can get a picture of anymore, because I don't think you can get him to come back out of his pond ever again after the first time. And I didn't take a picture of him then, so that's SOL. RIP. As an aside, even though no one should really ever look at your active viewer count, I am noticing today in particular that it seems to be a lot more consistent with the actual people I see in the list and who I've seen chatting. So I think they fixed the fuckery they were doing. Or we're just having a lucky day where it's actually showing correctly. Hard to say. Yeah. Nice. Hopefully you enjoy what you've cooked. I was just commenting on that because I know that a lot of people were getting up in arms about that, and myself included, because I was very frustrated by the false numbers that were happening for a couple weeks, making an already stressful job for a lot of people more stressful than it needed to be. But since I keep half an eye on it because of that very same scenario that happened, I figured it was worth mentioning in case that helps anybody feel better in the future. Two power shots back to back. Will it work out in my favor, though? Nope. Not that time. Okay, Operation Full Send was not a go there. Let's try more like this. 3 nice shots back to back. Will it benefit me at all, though? No, it will not. I really hate how jaggy this cave is. It ruins so many shots, because I don't want to sit here and do 13 shots to go a few feet, when if it would just bank shot properly, it would be done already. We have no choice. We have to make a bold shot here because we don't have enough shots left now. Goodbye, ball. Good luck on your journey. And once again, it bounces the worst possible way, and it doesn't matter. It's a good thing I don't care about medals. Otherwise, this would get very upsetting. I really like the rewards, though. The amount of gems we've gotten from Spheda have been very nice. You know, I suppose we do have a friend to rescue, huh? I probably should, you know, be going after for the downed airship rather than playing golf. But you know, I gotta fix the time distortions at the same time, though, otherwise everything goes bad. It's totally important. Just a couple more floors to go, and then I presume we'll have a fight with Gaspard. Because I assume he'll somehow have come out of that crash just fine. Because, you know, same logic applies of... We have to assume Monica will come out of the crash fine, because character reasons. Which thus means the villain's gonna have to come out of it okay, too. Well, otherwise, where's our boss fight gonna be? The Bone Lord, huh? Yeah, laugh it up, Bone Lord. When I'm through with these lasers, you'll be the one who's boned. There you go. See? Immediately proven. Okay, there's our exit. Oh, God. More of these jerks, huh? Let's actually go back to Max, because he can guard. The ride pod can't. These guys are the most obnoxious thing, because of that damn shield. I would not have minded if there was never another version of those enemies. I know you can stun them with rocks and such so that they're easier to hit because you can go through their shield that way, but still. A lot more work than they're worth. Empty. What happened to leaving something for the next adventurer, huh? I say actively not doing that. Shh, don't worry about that part. That part's not important. The problem is the people not leaving prizes for me. Totally. I'm here to save the world, after all. I need prizes. Not mimics. Don't need mimics. The amount of times I've said not mimics and had the ride pod text on screen is very high, by the way. That's neat. That fancy glowing rock that's spewing the healing water out of it. Cool. I like that. That's less cool. There we go. Problem solved. I feel like those king mimics are not worth the amount they should be. Like, they're worth less experience than they should be for how durable they are. But I hope that the amount of scale this needs is really low, because I'm out of scale spheres again. You know, this was a sphere that I was selling before. There's nothing needed scale in large quantities or anything, so I'm like, yeah, this is how I can keep my money going, and then, now I've got none of them. It always happens. It always comes back to bite me. Now, I have something to consider, though. I could just break the Starbreaker down into a synth sphere. And use it for, like, the question shooter. That is a reality that does exist. It won't give it the lightning that it needs, but it would give it everything else. That's for the most part. But we'd still have the heat fairy problem. Which I'm still surprised we haven't run into, but maybe they're, like, at the end of this area or something. Because we are now seeing some more new enemies. There's a chance. I don't know. I do enjoy a good machine gun. I just don't know if this Starbreaker is a good machine gun. It's not really impressing me. So I do think it is a bit behind the curve at the moment, which is probably not helping its cause. I gotta say, I'm finding it harder to tell what is and isn't a good weapon in this one versus the first game. And I don't know if that's just me, or if this game's a little harder to parse because the scaling is different. Because, you know, the weapon system is the same, but enough of the statistics have changed. Considering some have been removed, some have been changed, etc. I don't know. Oh, hooray, I came into the special area and all I got was gunpowder. Something I would ordinarily be so excited about. Damn it. Thanks. I clearly don't need that health at all. Which technically I don't. There's a healing pond right over here, but still. I gotta at least voice some aggravation with it, or they won't do that anymore. They'll do other awful things instead. Because that's how you get them, remember. You lie to them, you tell them that the thing they did is so awful. Oh no, never hit me with the having my health again, So they'll keep doing that, instead of, like, destroying my weapons or something more annoying. Defeating evil, one bit of reverse psychology at a time. I was hoping I'd get 2 shots off before he turned. There we go. Just had to be faster. Oh, god damn it. Can we just not do this? We could just not do this, you know. You could live. Okay, now you can't. Now you tried to bite me. Now you're not allowed to live anymore. You had a chance at living a nice full life, not having to fight me and die. But no, you chose to try to bite me with your weird shield mouth. That I'm sure you think is the coolest thing. And now you're dead. Which, good news, your body will soon be the coolest thing, is you will no longer be warming it. Well, at least that's another level for the wrench. Not really one that necessarily needed levels, but we'll take it. I think that's another one that's going to be stuck because of the no more scale spheres left problem. Yep, I figured the enemies are up there. There's a chest I would have missed otherwise in the corner there, though. So that's good. 'Cause I wouldn't have bothered going down in this little cubby hole here. Or unless I knew there was something there. Or repair powder, always good. Welcome back from the ads, those that were stuck in them, because you should be back by now. 8 points. Yeah, see, it needs all scale, and we don't have any. Which is another compelling reason, actually, to turn the gun into a sphere. But it is only 22 scale on that, too. It's not like it would make a massive difference there. Like, out of things that have scale on them, like, anywhere. So we just keep building up more and more points on these weapons and just sitting on them. Which is fine. I would rather have synthesis points and not need them than to not have them. Is not having them means having to grind more levels. Having them and not needing them means I just need to go figure out what I want to throw in there, and that's a lot easier. Oh my god, there's so many of you. Why do so many of you exist? Also, way to go, idiot. You just crashed into the guy who's got a rock in his hand. Why was he immune? I mean, I know it's because his shield was tipped to that side, but you would think a stunned man can't be immune to anything. Shenanigans. Proving once again why they're one of my least favorite enemies. Which, under ordinary circumstances, you'd think I would enjoy a goofy enemy like that. This is just a guy with a giant shield that bites you. It's pretty great. But he's so annoying to fight. Oh, nice. At least he gives repair powder. You know what? I'm starting to somewhat forgive him. His transgressions are eased by the fact that he gives me repair powder.
Alright, that takes care of you guys.
I want my rewards first. That looks deceptively not bad, which means it's going to be awful to get there, probably. I fully expect that to be just a nightmare to get to. Despite the fact that it's just right around the corner. Or we're gonna have like 2 shots to make this. Something absurd like that. Okay, 5 shots. That's not horrendous. It's not great, but it's not horrendous. So here's what we do first. We do a tiny little hop. Line it up with the hallway. And then we just yeet the sucker down the hallway. Not at full power, though. Or, you know, it can hit that ledge that the game assured me it wouldn't hit. This is why the guideline in this game is garbage. The thing is, I'm trying to avoid just hitting the ceiling. But I can't aim too low or it hits the floor. I think we have to just do another hop, annoyingly enough. I don't think we're gonna have enough shots left. In theory we do. In practice we probably don't. It's gonna really depend on how this lands. Hop. And hop. Okay, there's a chance. Except it's blue. It's blue for I blew it, I think. Yep, bad bounce. Right into the goop. The only other play I would have had would be to try to, like, strike it off the ceiling or something. And the odds of that working out with all the craggy nonsense up there weren't great. I tried. The worst part is, I'm picturing the reality where I go to grind off stream tonight. It's some more. And I end up landing all of these immediately. And there'll be no proof of it, other than showing the medals. Three more areas and then presumably the boss fight. There's no healing seal here, that's fine. That's a non-issue. I think the ride pod still has a solid amount of health to it. Oh yeah. Because remember, repair powders and such don't count toward the no healing rule. Ride pod fuel does, though. This need again? Iron masks and pirate eyes. We haven't seen either of those. Like, we encountered a new mask enemy, which I thought the Iron Mask was gonna be another one of those masked tribal guys. But clearly they aren't, unless there's just gonna be another one. But, like, the Stinger Wrench is plus 10 at this point. I misclicked. I think I still may as well put some of the levels onto the Digihammer just so it gets some levels. I made the right choice considering what we're dealing with here. Oh great, I'm stopped and poisoned. Now is the time for the mighty heal. What? Why can't I cure that? The mighty healing worked on that before. Why is it not working now? I don't see thirst on my screen, so why can't I use things? Is that not poison? Oh, right. The seal means no curing afflictions either. And I can't board the ride pod, so I think we're just dying here. Wait, no, they're getting distracted. Okay, we're okay. Oh, holy hell. Well, we're gonna have to do the rest of the floor with the ride pod because, Max is a sneeze away from dying. Because we got screwed by a paralyze. Well, I was saying Steve needed more experience, so you know what? It's your time to shine, Steve, old boy. I always forget that the white seal of no healing means no curing afflictions either. Even though it says it when it pops up. In the moment, I'm like, oh god, oh god, oh god, I need to get rid of this paralysis. Oh. Oh. Sad. Okay, this is an empty dead end. I can go ahead and grab that. That's safely. And before that's a mimic over there. No. Color me actually surprised. So there is an alternative as far as the Sting Wrench goes to ignoring it and just not leveling it anymore or until fixing it off screen. And that is, I put the 2 power-up powders in it right now to give it another 8 points to use, and we throw 16 points of scale into it. Which I got bad news for you. I'm pretty sure that's not gonna be enough. Which is why I didn't do it. On the bright side, we'll be able to buy, like, anything in the Ride Pod menu when we're out of here. Which we will go check after this floor. Because Steve's got a good amount of experience, and I would like to at least get him that core upgrade so we can see if the missile launcher's any good. I feel like the Nova launcher is going to be better than the missiles. But I just want to see them. I want to fire the missile launcher. Getting super hot peppers from a red dragon makes sense. Wind crystals that we don't need. Like, we're going to need them at some point, I'm sure, but we don't need them right now. Oh, that's so many red dots. Slow ride. Going nowhere. Crawling so fast. Great. Great, now we have a problem. Just had to be an exploding trap, didn't it? So we are very much in the I need to get the hell out of here situation. But I cannot get the hell out of here because we don't have the thing we need to leave yet. So this is gonna be very spicy. I could escape powder out. At any point, if it's too hairy, like the Ride Pod dies, we might escape powder out. But right now, I'm not afraid enough to escape powder out. Because this thing doesn't get hit very often. The problem is gonna be when it runs out of fuel naturally. But I'm hoping I'll have killed enough by then for that to not be a non-issue. In fact, Max, come out here. I need you to do the running. No, you are dying to poison too. Like, we are just on timers here now, and it's awful. I don't even know if I'm allowed to use resurrection powder now that I think about it. That just hit me. I don't think resurrection powder works in a white seal whole place. I might have to actually just bail out of here. I think that explosion trap may have just shafted us completely here. So I don't have the rope to get out, right? Nope, I sure don't. Alright, yep, we're gonna have to bail. This is actually gonna be one of the rare times I need to just escape. That is such a shame. But we were doomed no matter how we looked at that. The poison would have killed Max in another or few steps, and the fuel drain was about to knock out the Ride Pod. That was just SOL. Quickly head to the stop to get the Ride Pod healed and see about getting them upgrades. God damn it. So, super core, wooden box body. I think the body we have is already better. We'll go ahead and grab another shield kit, though. probably be wiser for me to bring Cedric with me. Because he would give me more points for wrenches if I was planning on actually continuing to level the other one. Because with him in the party, I could give it 10 points instead of 8 points. This suddenly starts sounding viable, and I don't know how to feel about that. Those things are huge. Status 240, 50, 185, 80. They're roughly comparable. Like, that's close. Oh, wait, no, there's the 50 chill from the Nova Cannon, too, so no, it's not actually comparable at all. The Nova Cannon should, in theory, be better. But if the missile launcher attacks fast, which it might, that may actually still balance out. And of course, give him the shield boost, so now he's got 40 defense. Cinder, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully y'all had a great time. Just in time to have caught us having run from the dungeon because we were poisoned and about to drop. So, that was a near miss. But for anybody not familiar, I'm Drac. I play a lot of old games and weird games, so if you're into indie stuff and retro stuff, you're good here. That's the short version at the very least. If you have any questions about anything that's going on here, by all means, feel free to ask. But if any of you need to raid and run, and that goes for Cinder and anybody that came along, do make sure to take care of yourselves. That should always be the top priority. You're just running around doing a little bit of inventory management at the moment. So nothing too exciting is happening right at this second. This, because I'm not going to use it. This isn't where I wanted to be, but let's grab some fire element because I was running out of that. I don't think I have anybody on the train that I can buy those gems from, actually. So it's back to Balance Valley for a second. So I want to see about getting the... See if getting enough scale to make this weapon upgrade possible is even viable. Because if it is, I'll actually go ahead and put Cedric on the team, throw the boosts on there, and see what happens. See, that's the weapon shop. Right across from me is the tool shop where the gems are. That should end up working out just fine. Get a lot of sea dragon crystals, please. Like a lot. If I'm spending this much money on sea dragon crystals. Well, such is life. Give me a bunch of power crystals as well. We're good on everything else, I think. Get me out of here. Looks like we're all good. Back we go. And in case Twitch ate it, I'll reiterate right quick. Nick, thank you again for the raid, Cinder. And what were you playing today? Hopefully you were having a great time.
Just at that moment, my Atlamelia shone blue.
Hello.
The blue light that reached to the past. Was Monica's Atlamelia lending mine its power?
Oh yeah, that is something I didn't think about. I wouldn't be able to come back from the future without Monica. Thankfully, the game actually has a cover for that. That's good. That could have been a problem. I did not think that through. I could have stranded myself in the future, and that would have been really embarrassing. Go back to Heimrata Station. See if my plan can actually come to fruition or not. Come along, Cedric. We got places to be and people to clobber with wrenches. So from what I was told, he makes wrenches gain more points per level. So in theory... Yeah, 13, so it's 5 points. That information was accurate. Now, whether 18 points worth of scale is going to be enough, that's a much better question, and I got bad news about that one. But this will go a long way towards making this more possible. Oh no, that is enough. It turns into the poison wrench. Alright, we finally got this into something else. And now it can poison things as well as robbing them. Very good. Needs a Sylph and a Star Tortoise to upgrade though, and it needs a lot of Cyclone. But now we don't have something that's stuck with like 10 levels and potentially not accomplishing anything. So that's good. It's a shame having to burn the 2 power powders we happen to find since they're very rare, but, you know, it is what it is. Now, having saved the game, it's back into Mount Gundor. And you'll all get to see why we didn't manage to make it through this floor, because you can't heal on this floor at all. So since we got poisoned, we couldn't heal the poison or heal the damage from it, and the ride pod naturally degrades over time as it's using fuel. So we were just kind of shafted here entirely. Now it's time to make it right. Wanted to see how strong this wrench is now, and it's doing pretty good. This might actually be a replacement entirely for the Digihammer, which now makes me kind of regret not just swapping them entirely by putting the Synth Sphere in, but it's fine. The Digihammer still needs 1 more level before it can become a sphere anyway. Okay, the missile launcher is effective and not at the same time. There's a little bit of delay with the missiles arriving. It is pretty glorious watching just the shower of missiles come out, though. That's pretty good. I like that. Yeah, the big problem with it's gonna be the fact that it can't hit anything that's in front of it, so we're going back to the Nova Cannon. We did all of that to gain the ability to use the missile launcher, and then it didn't work out. But it's still important that we got that core upgrade anyway. Since we have a lot more people in here, I will reiterate something I was talking about earlier, in case anyone out there ends up being interested. I am planning on running another discount on commissions coming up here in a couple days. So if you are interested in getting any pixel art done, I highly recommend going and following the Ko-fi that is in that link that popped up right before y'all got here, or if you missed it, exclamation point donate should bring you to that link as well, if anybody needs any pixel work made. With the 50% off, the emotes, for example, will only be $5. So, there's that. In case that is something that would be of interest to anyone. Otherwise, I'll still just be here playing my old games and my weird games, and we'll see what life brings to us. No. No fireball for you. That dragon right there was the entire reason everything went to hell in a handbasket on our last attempt to this floor, by the way. Because he paralyzed us, as they're wont to do. And while paralyzed, the bat poisoned me, and then I just kind of stood there and took it. Because there wasn't anything I could do about it. Because, you know, such is life. It'd be that way sometimes. Just also be very unfortunate. I think it's an exploding trap. Nope, it was a poison trap, so Max is poisoned again. Great. I was considering going poison trap, but the thing is, if it was an exploding trap, we'd be back in the same position we were before with the ride pod being damaged. At the very least, while he's in the ride pod, Max won't take poison damage. So, we're good. But if the ride pod gets damaged again, we're in trouble. So as long as I don't, like, stand there and hit an explosive or something, we shouldn't be at risk of taking ride pod damage too much. Oh hey, a power crystal to go with the ones I bought. Love that for me. We do actually need to check this little hallway here because we don't have the magic crystal yet. Glad I spent my time checking that. But if I hadn't, there would have been an enemy in that corner. And he would have been the one that had the item to leave. Just crawling along. Just crawling along. We'll get there eventually. And to think, our friend's going down in an enemy airship that's been falling out of the sky for an unknown amount of time at this point. And here we are just plodding along in a slow-moving mech. Yep. And I guess it's better than when I was playing golf a few minutes ago. Not by much, though, probably. You know, at least this could be excused as like, oh yeah, I'm trying to make sure I survive to be able to come rescue you, totally. Which is actually exactly why I'm doing this, but that, you know, doesn't sound good, necessarily. Still makes me sound like a bit of an ass. Or windstones that I'll probably never use unless I end up against something that only takes damage from wind. At which point most of my weapons also have wind on them anyway, so even then it won't matter. You love that, don't you? Pew. Pew. Yep, this place is just riddled with red dragons, huh? You know, it's a funny thing. Before I settled on being a Mercury dragon, I was going to be a red dragon. Because red is my favorite color. The thing is, red's also really widely used. Like, there's a lot of red dragons out there. And I wanted to be more unique. But, you know. Nothing wrong with being something specific that you wanted. Regardless of whether other people are already using it. I'm just stubborn that way. Of course the last enemy was the one who had the rope. Of course it was. Right, I'm still poisoned. We're getting out of here. We're not playing golf. We're leaving. So if I don't get out of here right now, Max will die. And since Monica is still currently falling out of an airship, we still can't use that information in any good way. Hey, cleared finish without healing goal. It's almost like I didn't have a choice, game. Wild concept that I managed to go through without healing when I only, you know, had the health bar I had. I was not allowed to heal. Silly concept, really. Treasure chest danger zone, I presume, means lots of mimics. Thankfully heal now, though. So just some delicious premium chicken. That I kind of wish I had in front of me right now. I'm not hungry yet, but I could always make room for more chicken. Oh, you got a ranged attack. That's the first time the Bone Lord's bothered to attack. He usually just kind of stands there posturing at me and then he dies. Again. Yeah, like that. That's exactly what he usually does. Just goes, die. Very silly. Of course I get the rope early now, not so that I can heal whatever I want. I see what you're doing, game. I see you. Is this treasure chest a lie? Hey, what do you know? It's a lie. Shock horror. I don't really need to feed the wrench levels, but I do need to feed the gun levels somewhat. It can kill bats, though. As long as the bat isn't distracted and just slowly wandering away from my bullets, that is a problem. Speaking of problems, that's something the right pod needs to deal with. That's a king mimic right there. That's an issue. Still confused how those just magically expand when they ambush you, though. They just get big suddenly. Like, you didn't notice the chest was an unusual size before you opened it? Then again, Max isn't necessarily the most observant. Unless it comes to technology. Yeah, see? This wrench is quite competent. It wasn't always, but it is now. We've put a lot of work into making this wrench a good thing. Bully the mimic, bully the mimic. He deserves it because he ambushed me. There we go. You didn't learn from watching what happened to the same guy in the same room, huh? I mean, you could say that he didn't have eyes until you fully he transformed, but let's be real here. I think he would have an idea that something bad happened to the other Mimic. Okay, so we got 10 points. It needs a lot of things. Guess let's start working up the Cyclone, though, because that's the thing it's going to need the most of. So 30 points of Cyclone, coming right up. I would explain how build-up works, but y'all saw how it worked already, those that just got here, because you saw me transform the previous wrench into the wrench I'm using now. But that's how it works. You just get all the points not to blink red at you, and then it turns into the new weapon. The hardest part's just getting enough levels on the weapon to be able to fit in all the things it needs. It's simultaneously not complicated, but complicated, if that makes sense. Which it might not, but you know what? That's all I can offer you. Very aggressive Bone Lord here. Knock it off. Jeez, 4 of them. That's enough to make another double pudding. Just because I mentioned pudding doesn't mean you're getting any. No, bad Mimic. No pudding for you. You get pounded into pudding. You know, no, I'm not following that thought up. No, absolutely not. Also, I think I repaired the wrong thing. Sure did. I wasted a repair powder. I'm sad now. I reflexively just went, yeah, the first option. That's what I wanted. Forgetting that I'd swapped back to max already. Is that same repair powder is used for all melee weapons and for the ride pod's weapons. No matter whether it's a melee weapon or a ranged weapon on the ride pod. It is, some would say, unfortunate. I'm part of that some. There we go. It will never stop being funny that the game will play up the combat music, even though the combat's already long over. Like, get the orchestra ready, he's fighting a bat. Should we even be bothering? We're already here, play the damn song. He's already killed the bat. Play it anyway. We get paid per song, it doesn't matter if the fight's happening or not. Shock horror, it's another Mimic. Who could have seen this coming? Not him, that's for sure. Like, maybe it's just me, but the amount of chests here would have been suspicious even without the name of the stage, giving away the fact that this is gonna mix aplenty. This game never gives you this many chests. Ever. Like, this is an absurd amount of treasure just all over the place here. Apparently I'm just stealing all kinds of fish from these Mimics, and, you know, that's fine. They attack me, they get stolen from. That's how this works. I'm gonna be looting their bodies after they're dead anyway. So really, by robbing them, I'm just getting ahead of the curve. Oh good, the exit's at the end of the path past all the enemies anyway, so I don't have to worry about having to turn around for it. Nice when it's convenient, isn't it? 2 enemies in this room and then 1 more enemy in the hallway. Interesting that there's 2 coin flip spaces side by side over there. That's what those brighter yellow dots are, for those wondering. You either get an angel or a devil coin. I mean, angel obviously does good things, devil does mean things. Ignoring the fact that there are plenty of situations where angels are very prone to doing plenty of mean things themselves. That's neither here nor there in this context. Chill crystals? Yeah, there sure is 2 gamble spots side by side. Well, let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Halved my health. Okay. Love to see you do that again. Fully restored my weapon HP. You know what? We basically traded my health for my weapon's health, and I can honestly accept that. Because without my weapons, I ain't living anyway. The monsters will in fact kill me.
Alright, that takes care of you guys.
I grab this chest and then I'll demonstrate for anybody that only recently came in the fact that you can just play golf on like every floor of every dungeon. Because you're fixing time distortions by bringing the 2 halves of it back together again. Because that's this whole game's thing, is fixing time. 1 building at a time. This placement is upsetting, but we will make it work. See that little blinking blue dot down there? That's where the ball is. That larger blue dot up above it, that's where the hole is. You can already tell, based on the way this place looks, why that's a problem. And more than likely. If not, don't worry, when I botch the shot, you'll understand the problem very well. We do have 5 shots, though. I could just take it easy and probably not mess this up. Look at that bounce. That was such a weak shot, and it just goes wandering off. It's kind of the worst. Let's go even weaker then. Yeah, but now we're not gonna make it up the hill. Kind of figured. That's fine, we can make that work. Because we just skip past it now. I try this whole gentle shot nonsense. Yeah, see, no matter how lightly you tap this thing, though, this thing has, like, no mass to it, so it just goes on a journey. You know what, speaking of going on a journey, goodbye, ball. And good luck. I was about to say, if that worked, I was going to just throw this club as far as I could. Which is nowhere at all because it's glued to his damn hand. And I've pulled off ridiculous shots before is the only reason I'm even entertaining the idea of trying to do that. But at that point, I'd given up. Like, that one was just over. And you cannot try again without redoing the whole floor. In case anybody's like, well, you could just start over. It's like, I can. Not going to right now, because that will take a lot of time. But when I go running through to do all my grinding later, I will probably redo these. Because the rewards from succeeding are pretty nice. Usually you'll get gems that are worth a lot of points for your weapons and things like that. So it can be quite handy. Another thing to note, by the way, if anybody is enjoying this game, I will be playing it again tomorrow, but it will then not get played again until the following Monday. So bear that in mind. And if this game is specific to your interest. I meant to try to set up a collab for Thursday, and I'll be honest, I forgot. Just gonna be right up front with y'all about that one. I forgot. I can try to see about scrambling something for this week, but it's probably not gonna happen. But we'll figure something out. I got plenty of things to do. So it'll be a non-issue in that regard anyway. And if anybody ends up missing any of this information, don't worry. I'll be rehashing it when we go to end. That's still all being weird. Road to the River of Flames. Ooh, different music's here. You know, it's a hell of a thing that they just happen to fall straight down the volcano. Which, I suppose, quick catch-up for anybody who has no idea what I'm talking about. Our companion Monica jumped onto an airship where our main opponent Gaspard was, after we shot the hell out of the airship with this ride pod here. She went to confront Gaspard, assuming he was going to escape before or we could do anything else. And, well, she lost the fight with Gaspard on the airship, and then the airship went down after our intervention about dealing damage to said airship. All of that came about because they were trying to burn the local area to the ground to prevent a workshop being built here in the future. Because the rebellion against their boss, their main potent weapon, which is a mobile fortress, comes from this workshop. So you can kind of see why they'd be motivated to stop that. And that's been their whole shtick, is going into the past and trying to stop things from being made in the first place that are interfering with their plans. Hence why this whole game is about time travel, because we're constantly traveling back in time and forward in time to try to undo what they did by going back and forth through time, which is clearly gonna end well, right? Reckless time travel on the part of two separate parties clearly won't possibly derail everything and ruin the entire stability of everything forever. That's not how time travel works. It'll be fine. Totally. Yeah. You can hear how much I believe my own statement in my voice. Very, very clearly. Okay, the Cyclone's caught up now. Just needs 2 enemies specifically dead and a bunch more points in everything. Oh boy. The odds of that managing to be upgraded really still don't look great. Okay, needs more scale. 8 points of scale coming up. This is so close to working. This is actually very quickly approaching being viable. It just needs, I would assume, 14 more. So the 55 Cyclone, I think, was enough. So, because I think it needed Cyclone. If not, I might be doomed to disappointment on the next level for that weapon, but it's okay. It will not take that long to get said levels, so at the very least the disappointment will only be small. We shall see. Now, I will say, for those that were here earlier, remember how I said I was planning on throwing together a sprite to use... Windows, shut up. Yeah, I was planning to throw together a sprite to use as a example for that new sprite commission. Considering how late we're going, this might not happen. But I had already said that that might not happen to begin with. I've surprised myself before. Considering when we're likely to be ending, I will still have a few hours before I go to sleep, so I might be able to get at least started and then finish it tomorrow in time to be able to get that up in time. Either that or that'll end up getting done on Wednesday and then the discount will start on Wednesday. So I do like the idea of having the two of those go up in tandem. That also just seems like a logical decision to make, really. Gun repair powder, handy. Interesting that these Bone Lords keep getting paired up with bats. Bats and bones and bones and bats and bats and bones and bones and bats. Doesn't really work as well as boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. Stop blocking my attacks. Just accept the lasers into your life. I will not stop shooting them at you anyway. Eventually, you will no longer have a shield. I was gonna say, suspicious that this room is so empty. Actually, that works. Pew, pew, pew. This way, all the experience goes to the gun, because the wrench doesn't really need it that much at the moment. This is when I find out it's not actually splitting, it's just doubling, and I should always be letting it do that. And then I just cry in all the experience I've wasted. Honestly, I could genuinely see that being the case, but I don't know. It's short of sitting there and running the math on it, which I'm not interested enough to do. There's not really a way to guaranteed tell. Because honestly, the blue bar kind of moves a similar amount regardless. Wow, there's a lot of problems down this end, huh? They were just having a meeting down here, apparently. Dude, 3 dragons and a robot. I thought there was only 2. Sorry to break up your board game night, boys, but you gotta go. I don't know where you're going, but you can't stay here. The not lock on there was a bit of a concern. Now, is this gonna be enough? This just needs more scale, right? Yes, more scale. Yeah. I'm gonna try to save one. See if it works. Because if 55 is all it needs, then it'll start glowing. Hey! Oh, so the Wildcat was better. I should have just made the Wildcat. I hate it when I have a suspicion and I ignore it. First machine gun brings out the beast in its user. It's about to bring out the beast in me. Yeah, about the fact that this is how this played out. Well, it's better now, I guess, so, you know. Oh, it looks so much less interesting. You go from this fancy Starbreaker machine gun to this more generic looking machine gun. And this is somehow better. Meh. Sometimes the universe is just out to hurt me, I guess. Editor's note, this is not in fact true, and you should not believe that. Yeah, no, that's just better now. That is just, like, across the board better. Best part is it's gonna take less to upgrade too. Less to level, rather. More to upgrade. Well, maybe not necessarily more, but definitely some more. Oh, you're gonna cost me the experience from that dragon. No, you're not. I'm too fast. Because yes, those little experience bubbles do disappear after a second or two. Very annoying. Whenever you're trying to clear a crowd and still get the experience, it can be very problematic. Yeah, you actually do damage. Can't say a lot of damage, but you do what can technically be considered damage. And real low on regular repair powder. See, the issue is you can only carry 20 of them. Otherwise, I would just load up on like 50 million repair powder so I never have to think about it again. And that's only partially a joke, by the way. I would probably get like an absurd amount of it. Just to prevent ever needing to think about it again. Is for the first like half of the game, that's what kept making us need to leave the dungeon and take extra time getting through an area, is I have to back out and go get repair powder. Is it gives you some from the rocks and things as you go, but that's not a guarantee. Oh wow, 81's enough. Okay. So the big problem here is going to be the beast, because it has 0 beast. We don't need to talk about the fact that I wasted... Actually, no, because it was Smash I wasted, not Beast. Never mind. Because I used a couple rubies on its previous version, and that's what tipped me off that that sentence didn't make sense. I'm like, wait a minute. No, because it was this thing that I put that into. So how could I have wasted it on the thing that it was put into? Though I did waste it, because a bunch of the points went to nowhere because the item had hit its cap earlier than I thought it would. It was unfortunate. Yes, we can place Vita. I need to get at this first. This is the key to everything. This is a Geostone. This unlocks the ability to rebuild the place that's been damaged. It's important. You don't get that, you can't and rebuild. You can't rebuild, you can't make progress. That simple. Now, it is a significant thing to note for those who had come in later along, by the way. I am intending on ending the stream after this dungeon is complete. So, bear that in mind. Which, for those of you that want it to take longer, don't worry, my golf game is probably going to make it take longer. So I turn the longest way around possible. Oh no. Please don't go too far. I never get power shots when I want them. I always get them when I don't want them. It's always the way. He was supposed to hop over there and turn blue and then be able to be launched right into the thing. But no, it never works out that way for me. God damn it, not again. Thankfully, I made it weak enough that even a power shot didn't screw that up, though. Oh, but that is still too far. This is an issue. Well, hope for the best. Prepare for the worst. I think that's perfect, actually. I'm the best. Round. Rewards for me. Ignoring the fact that that's like the first round we've won in like 10 floors Don't worry about that part. Turquoise. What does turquoise do? I feel like we had some of that already, but I forgot what it did. 10 scale, 10 beast, 5 lightning, 5 attack. That's pretty good. That does in fact bring happiness. You are correct, game. Just forgot to put my weapon back. It's gonna be kind of important when we go to the boss fight. The next floor is almost guaranteed to be boss fight, considering it's the end of the area. It is also worth noting that we are well beyond the point where I stopped playing this game back in the day. So, making it all up as I go along, despite how confident I may sound about things I'm saying, I am mostly just pulling it out of my ass. But this is also exactly why the no spoilers and no backseating and such is all at the bottom of the stream in the tags. And all of that is taken very seriously. Let's save before this fight, unlike I did at the midway point here. Because I decided to be bold. Can't get across because of the lava flow. Oh, am I gonna need to go back and go get another thing in order to cross this? You know, I should have thought of that. Because we probably need to finish fixing the area in order to get the other thing that we're gonna need. I kind of figured that the dragon shoes would have let me get across that when I first looked at it. That's why I'm like, yeah, that'll be fine. It's not, in fact, fine. So, geostones. So we can finish fixing the area. Gerald resides in Heimrata. Good thing I already have him with me. Vendorata Workshop restored. Cedric resides in Heimrata. Item shop restored. Weapon shop restored. Erican house near Windmill. Gaspard defeated. Operations room restored. So we were gonna need another house. Because that's 4 people and we have 3 houses. I don't have enough sturdy rock for that, so... Good news, Cedric, you're getting an iron house. You're gonna be the safest one around here. In fact, it'll be on its fancy little iron stand, too, because you know what? You're worth it. I do think this means I'm gonna need to make some more iron stairs, though. Because how else am I gonna get up to that door? Oh, which is gonna be an issue, because I'm now out of scrap metal. Stone stairs are clearly gonna be the answer here, right? Right? These are gonna go to the right height and work fine. Okay, thank God. If that didn't work, I was about to be very upset. Move people in. Cedric, live here. That's 2 changes in the future. And which of these houses is vacant? Not that one, not that one. Guess what, Gerald? You're living at the top of the pile. What do you mean by a more respectable place to live? What the fuck do you want? Are you unhappy living in the crane house at the top of a pile of bricks? Like, couldn't he have at least given me something a little more concrete to work with? I'm assuming I need him, though. Oh yeah, I need to move the windmill, too, because Eric needs to live near the windmill. I don't remember which of these houses has Eric in it, if I'm honest with y'all. I think it's the one on the left. Where did I even put that windmill? There it is. We'll put it near the houses in general, and it should work well enough. It allowed it for a second there. Where I've put the housing is admittedly a little bit of an issue for trying to place a windmill. You know what? It's going there. It works, therefore it's going there. That counts. Okay. And in order to rebuild Pazanos, the mobile fortress, we need to beat Gaspard and restore the operations center. So I need to make Gerald happy. Which is an issue. So here's what I'm thinking. Hey, Borneo. You go back to the train, bud. Yeah, I know. There's been a change in the future because Borneo is no longer here. Okay, Gerald likes this house better. I don't know why he likes this house better, but you know what? Good enough. I'm assuming he needed like a certain amount of attachments or something dumb like that in order to be satisfied. This is why I wanted to test that. Because I figured it would also be easier to put more stuff around and on his house if it's down here, rather than the one that's up there. So now, 80% complete. The only thing missing is 100 culture points. But let's quickly go to the future, because items will get deleted if too many of them are changed at once. So I think this means I'm gonna have to make another trip. Which is unfortunate, but that's fine. We can work around that. Now for the exciting part of running around this place once again looking for boxes, because we need our health extensions and our defense increases from here. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. As it stands, I think I might have already made the progress in this place jump enough that it may be a problem. But we can also check out the shops before we commit to finishing the place as well. Which, the fact this place has an item shop, a weapon shop, and a parts shop makes me very happy, actually. Because this means I don't really have to go running to all of the other locations anymore. It's one-stop shopping. No, I guess none of these are picture-worthy. Sure thing, game. Admittedly, I'm not sure I have the money to buy anything of merit here, but you know what? We at least get to see things. G-tools. Sulfur-colored juice. Okay, that's something. Book we already had. What's with the heart on that sign? It's pretty nasty if you ask me. What's so nasty about a heart? It's just a heart. Combat can get pretty deep. Can't just run into every situation guns blazing. You want to be cool, you gotta use items too. Find your enemy's weakness and exploit it. I don't disagree with your sentiment, but I disagree with your stock. Mostly because your stock does not involve doing any of the things you were just talking about. Pretty sure I had bottle already. Surprised the G-tools aren't something. But I think that's just the location of the name of the room, rather. Rather than it being anything particular. My eyes peeled for boxes. So, you know, finding small brown box in brown location. Not exactly the easiest thing. I kind of figured one of these buildings would have a box in front of it, if anything. Why do I suddenly have a couple Discord pings? I don't know how long they've been there. Seems the weapons in this case aren't for sale. They really are some weird, wonderful weapons in this world, though. Ah, okay. Deal with that later. Ooh, geyser, barrel, and energy pipe. I do have all of those things, I think. Hey there, we got lots of good stuff for you. So what can I get you? We got the cubic hammer, which is what turned into the digi hammer. The falcon, which is a Spheda club for long shots. The question shooter, which is one I already am currently using. The chura, the dusak, and the platinum brassard. Let's go ahead and grab a platinum brassard because it's probably better than the ones I'm using. Chura, I don't really have a need for. The cubic hammer, I don't really need either. Not a bad weapon shop, though. It's definitely better than most. Now, let's quickly see about that recipe. Let me read it again, because I already forgot half of it. Geyser barrel energy pipe. Because I know I have energy pipe and barrel, and I'm pretty sure I got geyser here. Clean that up while we're here. So... In fact, I have a suspicion I know exactly what this is gonna make. His logic denotes it makes something very specific. Mostly based on the energy pipe. Laser arm. That doesn't really look like a laser. But I was right that it would make a laser. I had theorized that based on the energy pipe and the barrel. Not necessarily thinking that they were going to use, like, a regular wooden barrel in that logic. Okay, these are just show windows. Which I don't think I had that yet. I had other windows and show pieces, but not that specifically. I guess the part shop's either on the next floor or it hasn't been brought back yet. I could have swore we had brought all of them back. Probably on the next floor. I'm curious to see what that will give me. Second floor, please. Yep, there we go. I kind of figured. It's one of those things that made sense. It would have to be here somewhere. That guy Gaspard can unleash the fire squall? He's not just sly, he's truly evil. You name it, I got it. Any part you need, I'm your man. Refrigerator body, machine gun arm, propeller leg, energy pack barrel, and ride pod fuel. And he charges experience just like Cedric did, which is interesting. Well, I can make a better machine gun arm than that, so I have no interest in that. I don't think the refrigerator body's better than my super alloy body, and I can make the propeller leg, so you are useless to me. Goodbye. This was not worth the trip. But I only had one way to find out, and that was to make the trip. Hey, big man. Okay, so that's what happened. I guess we should be glad the fire squall's out of the way. But I'm worried about your friend that fell in the crater. I guess all we can do now is restore Heimerada and make the workshop even better than before. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, is the next step of upgrade is going to be what allows us to cross that gap. Not really seeing any boxes, though. So either I missed the spots where they are, which is entirely possible, or I didn't get any for this level of progress, which is not impossible. Would just really suck. But we have one more floor to check. So onward and upward we go. And then it's back to the past to finish fixing Heimrata. And then confronting Gaspard. And the stream for the day is over. Not too soon either, because my throat is definitely starting to get a little tired. Wait. Box. Pointed at the screen like people could see it, but you know, it's fine. One day I will regain my ability to point. There is a new Live 2D theoretically in the works. I say theoretically because I haven't actually started the work on it yet, but the design's in play. Potato Pie. Which Parfait was defense for Monica for those who didn't know that. And Potato Pie is a defense upgrade for Max here. So we will be giving that to him here in a moment. I was hoping for a Fruit of Eden to get more max health, but no such luck, it looks like. His 2 items is probably what we were going to be getting from this. And then once it's complete, it'll give us more stuff, but I'll worry about that between sessions. Otherwise known as probably tomorrow morning, since it's already getting kind of late. I do wish there was a quick way to leave the future. Like, if there was ever one complaint I had with this game, it would still be that. Having to run all the way back to the time gate from whatever future world you're in. Just adds a lot of pointless running. Um, 52 defense. Not half bad, not half bad. Okay, now we just need culture points, right? Yeah, we just need culture points. Of which we do need a decent amount. We need 25. I already put down those things. I need scrap metal for that. I'm probably gonna need to buy some... Oh, hardened mud piles stop geysers. Maybe this will add some culture points by stopping the geysers. I feel like they'd be better served actually utilizing the geysers, but what do I know? So it's flattening them out completely, so I don't know if that's a positive. Yeah, that didn't do anything for the culture points. That's useless. That's just for clearing up space to place more things. Okay, that doesn't help. I'm gonna have to go buy more stuff. I don't have the resources to make things that won't just catch on fire. Though the fire rain's gone, so technically that doesn't matter. I'm sure I could make culture points go up faster, though, if I just go get resources. Thankfully, for anybody that's worried, oh god, he's gonna have to go grind. No, I can just buy resources, it's fine. That's what I've been doing the whole time. And that's what I'm gonna keep doing. We're out of sturdy rock, so we'll grab 20 of them. We're out of scrap metal, so we're gonna buy a lot of that. The scrap metal, despite its description, is used in a lot of things. Buy a bit more sturdy rock. I wanted to make sure I could afford the amount of the scrap metal that I wanted. 60 and 60 should be plenty. 'Cause it's time to do something kind of stupid, but it will solve our problems. As long as the game doesn't crash. Got real concerned there with how long it took to load. I was like, please? Like, even if this was on the actual disc, on the actual PS2, I'd still be worried about it crashing occasionally. Because things just sometimes break. Now, part of the dumb thing I'm gonna do is what I was joking about before about putting just a bunch of chimneys and lamps on things. We'll see how many points this all gives. Three chimneys for every house. Because that's clearly what I need for this place to be cultured, apparently. But did I not give this place its iron shed? Oh, right, because I couldn't make it. That'll help. There you go. Up periscope. Yeah, this can't have a lamp. Sure, we'll put this lamp on the back. 89. You know what? You don't have enough chimneys yet. Everybody else has lots of chimneys. Here, you get 2. 93. Dumbest solution to a dumb problem. You know what? This house gets 2 lamps. He wanted a fancy house, he gets the extra lamps. I'm 1 culture point short. Are you kidding me? Fine, you know what? You know who gets a 3rd chimney? Cedric gets a 3rd chimney. As soon as I find a place I can fit it. There you go. The things I do just to get the culture points sorted out. Okay, now we're up to 90%. Literally all we need to do to finish the place is beat Gaspard. Something's changed in the future, because the operations room exists now. Maybe that's where my items are hiding, in the operations room. One can hope.
What's that?
Looks important.
There's something there. I'll check it out.
Please automatically go there. What? But he just ran over there and you put me back here. Why are you like this? Why you treat me this way, video game? Making sure there's not an item, like, right next to me. Since we're about to complete the area, I'm not gonna worry about chasing after items as much now. It was the transition between where we were and now that I was worried about. Because there shouldn't be that many more items appearing at this point. So overwriting shouldn't be a concern. Keyword being shouldn't. What's been going on this whole time? I just can't seem to remember, you know? Things you don't need to worry about. It's above your pay grade.
Who are you?
I'm Maximilian. Nice to meet you.
Maximilian? Could you possibly be Elena's?
Sure am.
You know my mother?
So you are then. You have your mother's eyes.
That's nice to hear.
I'm Galen Agaris. I'd been leading the rebels against Griffin, but it looks like my own origin point has been erased somehow. By the way, how's Monica?
Well, bad news about that for the moment.
She was aboard Gaspard's battleship and fell into the Mount Gunder volcano.
We're working on that.
I'm heading out to save her.
Is that right? Then take this with you.
You just have that laying around? Okay.
The bottom of Mount Gondor is a dangerous place with a flowing river of lava.
Oh yeah, I tried to walk on that. You what?
The going
Don't
gets
worry
very
about it.
rough. Use that when flames block your path. The same flames will become your servants.
Very convenient that you just happen to have this.
You should be able to make your way across the lava. That's the legendary instrument, Firehorn.
Thanks for just giving me this legendary
One of my
thingy.
land's greatest treasures. It will come in handy.
Thanks. I'll do my best.
Just handing over one of your land's greatest treasures to a random kid. Okay.
Gaspard killed my friend Raybrand. Raybrand was a noble king and the mightiest of knights. But Gaspard defeated him. You mustn't underestimate him.
King Raybrand, Monica's father.
Bingo.
That's right.
I'm gonna make Gaspard pay. Don't worry.
I know you can do it. The Atlamelia chose you. Good luck.
No pressure or anything, you know. Just gotta save the girl, defeat the evil, we'll save the world. You know, the usual. Everybody does that on a weekly basis, right? Don't mind me, I'm just looting your operations center right quick before I leave. This place isn't that big, so I figured I could just do a quick loop around, see if there's anything here. If there isn't, I'll worry about double checking later. And there isn't anything. I mean, sure, you just gave me a legendary item, but, you know, you could have had a box with a health increase in it or something here. Not to sound ungrateful or anything. But if people die because I didn't have enough health, it's your fault now. Goodbye. There's an elevator right here, so we're taking this elevator down. Just getting out of here. We got a job to finish. There's the closest teleport pad. We should have all the resources we need to win the day now. And that'll be Chapter 5 done in one go, which is nice. I'm hoping to be able to do the same with Chapter 6 tomorrow. But we shall see. Because by my calculations, even if I get both of those chapters done in one go each, we're probably looking at 8 weeks to finish this game. Total, not from now, obviously. Next week should be the end of the game. In theory. I should save. I don't know why they keep putting the save point at one end and the time travel point at the other. Like, it makes a degree of sense because the dungeon is always by where the save point is, but it's inconvenient for hopping back and forth and then saving. Alright. Mouth of Mount Gondor. Time to go beat up Gaspard again. Actually, let's take a picture of this too, in case it matters. Nope. You can actually see the downed airship from here. See, there it is. What a mess. I'm glad we just knew how to play that to make it do the thing that we needed it to do.
Lava. It's parting.
Just double checking to make sure I had the right weapon equipped. I might need to switch guns, though.
Right on schedule, I see.
Oh, so you counted for how delayed I was gonna be. Yes.
Monica!
Worry about your own hide, boy. Your little journey's about to come to a screeching halt. You're still wet behind the ears. I'll show you what true power is.
Gaspard. Oh, he doesn't have his assassin title and everything this time. Okay, we traded blows there a little bit. Okay, the machine gun kind of works, but I think the question shooter will do a better job. Wherever it ended up. Or, no, actually, you know what? Soulbreaker seems more fitting to use against him. Ah, that's why my targeting broke. Okay. See, joke's on you. I can heal. You can't. Quite literally, the power of cheese. Kicking you all down. Nah, 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 nah. Same thing you do to me. Ha! I blocked you still. You really are just a joke, Gaspard. Neat party trick, you missed this time. Seemed more fitting to gun him down like the dog he is.
Once again.
You would resort to the easy way out too, so I figured it's only fair I give you the same treatment.
Why do you refuse to give up, boy?
Because we keep winning? That usually helps.
I won't forgive what you've done.
You say you won't forgive what I've done. But why?
You're chasing after my mother. You'll hurt her if I don't stop you.
Your mother? You fight to protect your mother.
Uh-huh.
Ha! How juvenile. But you know, I used to be that way too.
Huh?
So you went all evil. Hey, not dead. Good for you.
I had a mother too, just like everyone else.
It's kind of hard to exist without one, yeah. Until they start making artificial people. That's a whole other discussion.
Monica!
Doing a great job, Monica.
So you hate me too, eh? Well, it's only natural, since I'm your father's sworn enemy.
You also killed him. So, you know, that kind of doesn't help your cause at all.
We're the same, you and I. Exactly the same.
What are you talking about? We're nothing like you.
Well, depending on a certain slant you look at it from, actually, he might be onto something here.
I just wanted to protect my mother too. Just like you two. I was a loathsome child, born to a changeling father and a human mother.
Ah.
The humans called me Demon Child. Despite that, my parents and I were able to live happily in that small village. But when I was still a small boy, my father fell ill. Mother tried desperately to nurse him, but it was all for nothing. My father fell into a never-ending sleep. After he died, the other villagers chased us out of town, calling us freaks and monsters.
Makes sense. They didn't mess with them because they were afraid of his father.
They had always feared my father, and had just been pretending to be nice to us. My mother tried her best to protect me from it all. After that, we traveled from village to village. It was a tough life those days were. Mother even had to resort to stealing sometimes, in order to make sure I had enough food to eat. The exhaustion of always being on the road, the censure from the humans. The stress of it all made Mother terribly ill.
Gaspard, it's time to say goodbye.
Mother, what do you mean? I'm not going anywhere. Can't we stay together?
Listen carefully, Gaspard. No matter what, you mustn't think ill of people.
Kind of throws that whole thing out the window, huh?
No good can ever come out of hatred.
And yet, here we are today.
You'll be on your own from now on. Don't let the loneliness get to you. You must continue this journey. You must find something you want to protect. Even if it takes your whole life. Search for that. You must live your life searching for that. Until you find it. Until then, you must never stop this journey.
What? What am I supposed to find?
Something to protect. Keep up, kid.
Mother? Can't you see? I don't understand.
I know if anyone can find it, you can.
Unless she means something much more specific and different. In which case, maybe she should, you know, inform him a little bit.
Gaspard.
Mother? Mother! Open your eyes! Mother! Mother!
When did my journey end?
If you consider that it hasn't ended yet. I mean, it'll be ending soon, though, considering... Unless you plan on running away, you're dying here.
I haven't done anything my mother asked.
Correct.
It's just hatred that drives me now.
Exactly what you were told not to do, yeah.
I just didn't have anything worth protecting.
Gaspard.
Did you look particularly hard for something to protect, or did you just accept the fact that being pissed off was easier?
But you have something. Something to protect.
Uh-huh.
To protect even if it costs your life.
Yep. That's why we're winning.
You must continue your journey. You mustn't give up now.
Quite the change of tune suddenly there, bud.
Could you show me where your journey will take you? I'd like to see it too. The end of my own journey. Farewell.
You're just gonna walk away after all that, huh? Oh, there you go. Now you're teleporting away.
I will not forgive this betrayal.
Yeah, you didn't think you were gonna get off easy, did you?
You're one of mine. If you don't kill them, you will live to regret it.
That voice. Could it be Griffin's?
Maybe?
What's happening to him?
Oh boy.
We'll have to fight him.
That's quite the change.
Gaspard.
Just in time for you to have a change of heart. Flame Demon Monster Gaspard. Ultimate Gaspard, huh? Okay. Guess that's the end of his journey after all. Ride pod? Ride pod. Giving him the respect he deserves in this form. And fighting with the strongest weapon I have. Poor misguided fool. Goodbye.
Gaspard.
How sad. Oh, guess I won't be able to see your journey to its end. When I see my mother again, I'll tell her that at the end, I finally met you too.
Gaspard.
At least I guess he can die happy.
Hello, Mother. I'm home. Sorry, Mother. I couldn't find what you asked me to. But you know what? I met some weird guys. They were both real
You found it, Gaspard. You managed to find it. Welcome home, Gaspard.
Suppose maybe that's what he was supposed to find. He was supposed to find peace.
Damn that Griffin!
Monica.
There's been a change in the future. The workshop's complete now, I presume. Let's check before we go through the portal. 100%. Let's see it then. Let's see the completed workshop before we head off for the day. Having gone a bit longer than I intended. I was expecting only to be about like 6 hours, you know, a little bit. Nearly 7 hours now.
Finally, Gandorada has been completely restored. All thanks to you.
Want the horn back? Or am I keeping that?
We were just doing our part.
Monica,
Yes?
I have something I must give you.
Really? What is it?
Huh?
Here.
Fancy sword.
What's this?
That's the sword your father, Raybrand, left to me. He asked me to give it to you if anything should happen.
And something definitely did.
It's my father's sword?
One of them.
That sword is imbued with great power. A normal person could never make use of it. But with you as you are now, I'm sure you could draw out its strength. Now is the time for you to take that sword and fight alongside your father, Monica.
Isn't he dead? Isn't it kind of hard to fight alongside somebody who's dead? Am I getting these facts wrong here? Because we definitely saw him laying down dead.
Father!
Holy Daedalus Blade. Am I gonna have done all of that at work on those other swords and this one's just gonna outclass them? Sword Monica's father, King Raybrand, left her. Never mind, it's the other problem. It kind of sucks. At the moment, at least. But it can be built up. It can be improved. I suppose that's what he means about drawing out its power. Because it sure doesn't have it right now. If I were to use that sword in that dungeon we just cleared, I would die. Alright. That'll do it for this area for now, and for this stream today. As soon as I get to a save point, we'll go ahead and find us a raid target, and we'll head out for the night. Oh, wait. More doings transpiring. Oh, the fortress. You know, I didn't consider that it'd be a flying mobile fortress.
That's Pasnos. We built it for our struggle against Griffin. It's the secret ace up the rebel army's sleeve.
Pasnos.
Kind of figured that was gonna be a special picture. Considering, you know, you don't see a flying fortress every day. I'll see what inventions that makes in between if I have the time and energy to do so. Which I probably will. I'll probably do some legwork in the morning tomorrow, like I said. Oh wait, Posnos Bridge. Hang on. Sidetrack happening. So you're here too, huh? This is another location. There might be things. Or not. Well, I can't blame a guy for trying, right?
Our counterattack on Griffin should be starting soon. Are you prepared?
Oh. Not yet.
Their golem units are right on us. Better hurry.
Well, we're gonna put a pin in that until tomorrow. In part because it's just funnier with that kind of importance happening. To just delay it. Oh. Nice. Okay, at least one of my problems solved itself. That was related to the whole thing I was talking about before that isn't particularly relevant to anybody. Just know an annoying thing was happening and it was a self-solving problem. So I will not be going any further into that. But like I said, we'll be packing it in here. Having gone nearly 7 hours. Probably by the time I pick a raid target, it probably will be 7 hours. Let's see, who's on right now and who's doing what? There's one good opportunity to repay somebody there, but what else have we got going on? Actually, that's potential. Have a look. Nah. I would not want to interrupt that. There's a very important learning process happening there, and I do not want to derail it. Yeah, you know, with how late in we are, I will go ahead and stick to what I was saying. Oh wait, pop-ups. We're gonna go ahead and raid Saber, or who's doing some vintage story, as pretty much usual for her. But Saber is incredibly supportive and has raided us not up to that long ago pretty frequently, so it is important to repay that. And like I said, Saber's just good people in general. So we'll hop over and see her. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Cinder, if you're still here, thank you again for that raid. We will be back tomorrow to continue this. And oh yeah, schedule coming up other than tomorrow. Like I said, probably not going to be able to make that collab that I intended to do happen on Thursday, so that's going to end up being an up-in-the-air day. It'll probably still be later on in the day, just to keep schedule consistency. Then we'll also be doing I'm not sure what on Friday and Saturday, but those will be the same time as today was. A lot of figure it out as I go this week, as has become basically the usual. But thank you all again. Be good to Saber, she's good people, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.